Ladies and gentlemen, lend me your ears and your eyes. Diva Divine Light, live from Brooklyn, New York.
With no delaying for what you saying, yo. Still it with my 9 million with the dilly, yo. When I be on the mic, yes, I do my duty, yo. While I'm in the club, I be while in the studio. You don't wanna violate, nigga, really and truly, yo. My main thug, nigga named Julio, he moody, yo. I'm a nigga that'll slap me with the tulio. Bitch, nigga scared to death, act fruity, yo. Fuck that, look at shorty, she a little cutie, yo. The way you take it, nigga, you wanna get all in the booty, yo. With no delaying for what you saying, yo.
Diva Divine Light.
Really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
You're watching Diva, the Divine Light. A fun-loving, caring, passionate person who talks about sex, celebrity, and real-life issues, and even abuse. So hit that like button and make sure you share the show.
Really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you really my heart to me. See what you got for me. Put more than hands with my eyes to see. Still $1 in the place to be. If you.
Here comes the pitch, and it comes in wide. On the combo.
Yo, hold on. I forgot to set up my mic. Hold on, guys. All right, is this in here? Hold on. Microphone is attached. Okay, microphone check 1 2 1 2. Good evening, everyone. Hello, Miss April. I see you back there. I got you. Give me a second, okay? Welcome, Ronnie Lyles. Welcome, honey, to being a new member. Welcome, baby. And thank you for joining. So, guys, hello, everybody. Hello to everyone in the building. Miss April, I'm going to let you up right now, baby. Hello, Miss April. How are you? Do you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Does everybody hear Miss April in the chat? Please give us a thumbs up if you hear the both of us.
Hello?
Yes, I hear you, Miss April. Do you hear me? Miss April, you might have to go out and come back in.
I can't hear. Let me go out and come in because I wanted to ask you some questions.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Well, while she's doing that, let me say hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Nanya. What's up, my noonie baby girl? First one in the building. What's up, baby? Hey, 2L. What's up? 30 years. Candy. What's up? Tastes like candy. Yes, I'm here. Wings. What's up, sis? Karen Johnson. What's up, my lady? Ronnie, what's up, baby? Miss Showers, Just the T, what's up? Ma Kayla, Dios mío, ¿qué pasa? Kayla, ¿qué pasa? What's up? Yo, take Rkelly. They took him. Now they got to give us back Tupac. That's next. We got to get Tupac back. Hey, Bev. What's up, mama? Charisse. What's up, sis? What's up? Well, yesterday was an exciting day for everyone. Hey, Queen. What's up, Mama? What's up, Martise? Hello, my lovely ladies. What's up? T-Bam, what's up, baby? My sisters are all in the building. What's up? What's up? It was a crazy day yesterday, right, guys? Hey, Ruby. Goon. What's up, Papi? What's up, Tasha? James. You better come up here today, James, or I'm going to kick you behind. You better come up here and greet your ass. Please bless my stage with your presence, okay? Hey, honey bunny. What's up, mama? Hey, Samara. What's up, lady? Shaw. What's up, chula? Ty. My girl. What's up, lady? My sissy Pooh is in the building being a crazy lady as always. God damn it. I love you, Ty. Ty needs a pow pow. That's what Ty needs. Hey, his lordship. What's up, baby? Jacqueline. What's up, Jackie? All right. All right. I think I said hello to everybody. If I missed anybody, my apologies. Hello to everyone in the bushes. Oh, my haters out there. What's up? My loves, my sisters that are in the bushes. What's up, y'all? What's up? All right. Hey, Miss Showers. How are you, honey? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, girl, I had to restart my phone.
You probably got a phone call. Did you get a phone call in the middle of a conversation of you waiting or something?
No, not yet. Yeah.
Okay.
But
how are you?
Yeah, I was glad you went down there yesterday.
Me too.
Saw y'all on TV.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, and that girl Alexis, that is his.
Yeah.
That is his god sister for real, for real. She's from this same town that I'm from, Joliet, and she been knowing him, I mean, since they were like teenagers. So she's very adamant on the way she feels about him. Right. And nobody can change her opinion.
Of course.
So I'm like, you know, like, oh my God. And she sincerely, you know, truly loves him as well.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, this is what I wanted to ask you. Were you there? Were you able to hear the girls when they were giving their statements?
Yes, I was in the court. Yes.
You were sitting in the actual courtroom or overflow?
We were in the overflow.
Okay.
The public was in the overflow room.
Huh? Okay. So, when the girls was making the statement, how did you feel?
I was very disturbed, hurt, and proud. Okay. That's how I felt. They made powerful statements, and they spoke directly to Rkelly, who paid no attention to what they were saying and showed absolutely no remorse.
Now, just remember, we can't expect people to do what we want them to do.
No, of course, you know, but it would have helped to lighten his sentence, but you know, his ego is too big.
One step at a time now.
Yeah, his ego is too big. He has no remorse for what he did because he feels that what he did was not wrong, and that's why he feels the way he feels. But in reality, according to the law, he was wrong. So now he knows. Let's see if he really understands.
Again, because people don't respond the way we want them to respond doesn't mean that they wasn't feeling some type of way. We don't know that.
Yeah. Well, you know.
Now, How was it? Was it like a whole lot of people down there?
Yeah, the courtrooms, the 2 overflow rooms were full.
Okay, because this was the reading of the verdict.
Yeah, it was mainly public, interns, and reporters.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the girls stood strong. They said what they needed to say to Rkelly. The judge came down and said what she needed to say to Rkelly. And she had some powerful words for him as well. And today we are going to actually read the transcripts from the hearing word for word. And so that nobody twists, turns any of those people's words around. We are going to see actually what really happened in the courtroom. I have the transcripts.
Check this out. I said, her and that damn Blade down there arguing with folks. I had to laugh for a minute because I know y'all was standing y'all ground. I said, now, God damn it, they need to shut their mouths up. I can't take nobody else getting arrested, going to jail.
Listen, let me tell you why.
I'm like, I cannot.
Let me explain to you.
Let me explain
to you, Miss April. Let me explain to you, Miss April, why it went down, what happened, why it went down. It all started because this guy that was with Alexis, okay, was being disruptive while the prosecutors and the girls were making their statements to the news reporters, right? So he's walking back and forth and he's pacing and he's saying disrespectful stuff. And in that moment, me and Blade were like, be quiet, mind your business, you know, little things in the background. You could hear it from the distance, a little bit of the stuff that was going on, right? Then all of a sudden, after Faith made her statement, she was getting ready to walk off and walk away, and he went and approached Faith with her parents. And in that moment, I believe I was with Kitty Jones. And then right after that, I noticed what was going on. I went over towards Blade and the situation that was going on. And Blade was standing in front of the parents and the guy, in between the parents and the guy, and was popping shit to that nigga and telling them to leave her alone and all of that. So now I got involved as well. So now we both are going at the dude. And then the marshals or FBI agents or whatever you want to call them took the parents and Faith off away from the crowd. In that moment, that instance, after that, Blade started arguing with dude, and then I started arguing with Alexis. So now you had 2 arguments going on at the one time. So from then, after that, the dude started walking off from Blade, walking away from her. And I'm still arguing with Alexis, and she's walking another direction. And in that moment, then I see Sylvia walking in that same direction with the dude. She sees the dude. She said something. He's saying whatever he was saying. She said something to him, laughed, and then that's when I said to her, I said, Sylvia, mind your fucking business, you fucking bitch. Ain't nobody fucking talking to you. So then that's when I started arguing with That's when I started arguing with Sylvia.
And she done stole and schemed and scammed in his name.
Yeah, she's the devil in fucking disguise, okay? The devil. She's the devil.
I said that I ain't threatening her. Dirty, rotten, dirty bitch.
I wish I would have fucked her up just for my daughter alone. Fuck Rkelly. I don't give a fuck. I would have fucked her up for my daughter alone for saying the shit that she did and trying to make fun of my child. All in the name of Rkelly. Get the fuck out of here. In real life, bitch, I would fuck you up. If there was nobody around, she would have got touched. She would have got touched. But being that there's all these reporters in front of a court building, you know.
Don't worry, they all gonna get there. Stealing money in his name, going taking pictures at people's houses. Yeah. Oh, that's going down, honey. Yeah. Don't worry, give it to God. give it to God.
Nah,
See, they
yo,
use God name. That
my
kills
legs
me.
didn't cramp up until after the fact that everybody was talking. When my leg wasn't cramped up is when all the arguing and fighting went on. So like I said, I would have been good because the cramps already I went away. So she would have got fucked up regardless. But you know, that like I said, I went over there ready for anything, you know, because I know that there's these crazy groupie ass fanatics out here, you know, who want to make it in the news. So, you know, if you want to make it in the news, you got the right one, baby.
Mm-hmm.
You got the right one, baby. Touch me, you will make the news, bitch.
It kills me. I said the fuckery and using God's name.
That's terrible. God did what he had to do in front of her face. How about that?
Yeah.
And being that she's so evil, God did not listen to her prayers. And being that Rkelly didn't sit down with them in their prayer chain, it didn't work. She's an idiot. Me, who doesn't pray as often like I should, I don't go to the house of the Lord. I'm Catholic, but I'm atheist. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't really practice religion, but I am Catholic, okay? And I do know that if you want to pray to work, you got to do it right. And it has to come from a clean soul, a clean heart, or it's not going to work. And when you're doing a prayer chain, when you're doing a prayer chain,
they ran the YouTube streets. They dogged everybody out.
Miss April, wait, let me finish talking, Miss April. When they do a prayer chain, you're supposed to have that person who you're praying for in with the chain. Rkelly wasn't part of that chain. And even when he was sitting in jail, you don't know at the times that he was praying and what he was praying for. Who knows if he was even praying? Oh. And first of all, he has to repent his sins to the Lord. And I don't think he even did that. Because if he did, he wouldn't be in this fucking mess. You feel me? So go ahead, Miss April. You can say what you're gonna say, and then I'm gonna get ready to read the transcripts, and I'm gonna ask some people if they would like to come up and read with me.
And I said, look at my goddamn crazy Puerto Rican friends. I said, God damn it. Now, thank God I was down there, because you know my best one. I said, boy, we would have been all crazies together.
Listen, they would have took pictures of you and put it on your community board because they took pictures of us hanging out with Dana. But let me tell you something about that. First of all, Dana was getting into some shit with Sean Harris inside the building. Me and fucking Blade were calming his ass down and telling him, shut up, shut up, shut up. Come eat lunch with us. Just come with us. Come with us. Okay? Nobody was running from Sean. Dana did not run from Sean. We pulled Sean Harris, the private investigator. The private investigator says some shit to Dana in the lobby on the line. Okay? Right. And then Dana responded to him like, come on, we can meet outside when this shit is over. And I'm like, Dana, no, what are you doing? What are you talking about, Dana? No, we're not doing this. And Blade was like, nah, nigga, come on, man, chill. We was both at him telling no. We was both like, no, nigga, no. Don't give him that energy. Don't do that shit. So, cool. We calmed Dana down. He came down with us. We walked out the building. We're walking out the building. We go across the street. All of a sudden now, Janet stops him to talk some shit about the Boski and starts having a little argument, getting all in his face and shit. We're like, what the fuck? So Blade went up to Janet like, yo, what's hood? What's all this about? Like, blah, 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 blah. Leave him alone. This isn't the time or the place for y'all to be talking about this shit. So now Blade is getting hyped. Janet's getting hyped. I get in the middle. I'm telling them to calm down. Separate. Let's go over there. Stop, Dana. Come on. Let's walk. We started walking throughout the outside of the other side of the park. Then it got
But
to
you
the point
do.
where Dana walked off. He, took some energy, walked off. We told him to walk off. He walked off. The girls were there talking. Us four were talking. Me, Lady G, and Janet, and Blade. We were sitting in a little huddle. We was talking, trying to get things through, whatever. It was squashed from there. Dana came back. Him and Janet had a couple little words. We pulled Dana away, and we were off to go eat lunch. We ate lunch, and then we went back into the courtroom together, separated. He went into the other overflow room, and we went into the other overflow room. And that was that. So
Now,
I don't know what bullshit people are talking about Dana and us and all this other bullshit. But at the end of the day, Dana has respect for Blade and me. We have respect for Dana too. We cool on another level. Listen, we are cool on another level. There's more to Dana than this Rkelly bullshit. You understand? That's why me and Blade. Wait, Miss April. That's why me and Blade. That's why me and Blade. That's why me and Blade have a.
Don't talk about nobody else.
That's why me and Blade have a little soft spot for Dana. Because he has a soft spot for us too. Because we talk about other shit than just Rkelly. See, some of these people on YouTube as subscribers, we have had communications behind the scenes like normal fucking people do in everyday life. It's not just about fucking Rkelly. We can mix and mingle with supporters who are supporters. We don't fuck with the fucking real crazy groupies because they're crazy groupies. But we can respect supporters like you, Miss April. You understand? I can have a conversation with you for 2 hours over the phone and talk about many fucking things. Am I right?
Right, and we laugh about it and keep moving. We don't swallow.
Right. So why is it that these groupies
talk about family?
Right. Yeah. These groupies are getting mad at Dana because they talk because he's hanging out with us. Like I said, at the end of the day, we're all fucking human beings. We all bleed the same. And we all loved Rkelly at one point in our lives. So we all have something in common. Rkelly. Whether we're on his side or not on his side. What the fuck? And then we're all grown adults who live everyday lives. So we can conversate about normal shit and we can agree to disagree about Rkelly. And shake hands, hug, and respect each other at the end of the day.
Now check this out. Sometimes you can be silent too and let people handle their own arguments.
Of course. But you know what? We weren't gonna let some girls
don't be playing Captain Save-All.
Gang up on Dana and get Dana in some bullshit because of the Boski or Sean Harris or whatever the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Dana's better than that. You feel me? Get him out of that shit. He didn't need to be there. That's it. That's all. I don't care what the fuck Dana feels about. Listen, at the end of the day, Dana really respects us people on this side. You understand? The same way we respect him. There's on both sides. On this side here, you have some of us who don't like Dana, who don't respect Dana, who don't want to talk to Dana, and we respect those people. And those people, and those people respect us for our opinions. We respect them. You don't like Dana? That's fine. You don't have to like Dana. I like Dana. You understand?
Yeah, I got no problem with Dana.
I'm trying to say, mommy, what I'm trying to say is these people made a post on a community wall talking about Dana hanging out with us. So my thing is, fuck those people. They're just haters. You understand? At the end of the day, we're fucking human beings. I don't give a fuck.
These ain't normal people. I've been trying to tell y'all. These are paid people. Half of them come from the nut houses. Shit.
Yeah.
Normal people don't act like this.
Right. Well, like I said, they're a bunch of groupies, ignorant ass motherfuckers, and that's what it is. But I want to get into this transcripts.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to know where Blade at. I just wanted to know, like
I
when they
seen her
was
in the chat.
reading the statement, you know, how was y'all feeling? How was people feeling? Were people crying?
Hello?
Shit, I want to know all of the details. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, my phone was ringing. I gotta give me a second, Miss April.
Yeah. Izzo. I wanna be saved. They down there playing Captain Save. Oh, to motherfuckers. Y'all hear me? Lord have mercy. Izzo. And then I ain't never seen so many people use God in my life. The biggest con ever. Motherfuckers dirty 1 minute talking about you, doing everything under the sun, and then they want to talk about what God told them. Like a cult. Motherfuckers the biggest pimps on YouTube ever. Every goddamn blogger that took money should have been down there yesterday where folks then gave money to them. Every damn blogger. Y'all day is coming. Running around with handlers, everything. Y'all day is coming. You dirty motherfuckers stolen his name, running around with handlers, using God, having people attack, talking about folks and everything else. Your days is coming. You wanted to tie up the YouTube street, tell folks who they can't talk to. Your day is coming. Woo! See how you gonna be calling God there and praising his name. Your day is coming. Standing all in front of people's houses and taking pictures, posting folks' pictures, stealing in the name of Rkelly. Steal, take it to the left, take it to the back, turn it all around because they all stole money. They did it in the name of money. All these bloggers on YouTube, they did it in the name of money. They came on YouTube and they aligned themselves, got cash apps for 3 years, stole all in the name of money. Use Rkelly's name. They stepped to the left, they stepped to the right. They took it back. They took all them cash apps. You dirty motherfuckers.
Miss April, give me a second. I'm dealing with groceries. I just got my grocery delivery. I just got my grocery delivery.
I keep on
Entertain
going.
the people. My
I
husband's
can't wait
listening,
till they
and
pick
he's
him up
laughing.
because they said they did it. They stole in the name of Rkelly. They stepped to the left, they stepped to the right, they took it back. They took all his money, didn't send him a dime. Dirty motherfucking bitches, punks, whatever. Had people lining up. Don't like this person. Don't like that person. Didn't want to say a motherfucker. You talking about you a person that serves God. You ain't supposed to judge nobody. You ain't supposed to tell nobody who they can talk to. A motherfucker supposed to dance to your music. Hurry up and pick these dirty motherfuckers up running around with the handlers and shit. Got Debosky in jail. All of you motherfuckers played a part in that shit. Take it to the left, take it to the right. They did it. All the name. No, I ain't had no fireball. Well, Sugar Brown, you know, as I told people, I was in that industry. I don't like to talk about it, but I know a whole different story on that Aaliyah situation too. So, you know, you can't tell people anything. Everybody know everything. Yeah, I hope everybody gets healed so they can move on with their lives. You know, still not too late. You can still go to college. Still go to college. Be successful in the community. But these super Negroes, yeah, I'm gonna go to I done told people the story of what I knew, what was in the industry, and I tell y'all that yeah, I gotta find out about Debosky. Even though I wasn't talking about the you can't move on from herpes. You can't move on from herpes until minor victims of SA work on sexual assault to heal and move on. I'm not trying to tell them what to do. Yeah, I am telling them to go to go get some therapy. Black people don't like to get therapy. We don't like to talk to people. Some of them might not never get over it, but having therapy helps. Black people, we want to pray about everything. We don't like to go to the doctors. Yeah, I hope they are, because like I said, I don't know how I would feel if I had an incurable. Hey, Keith, what's up? Yeah. I don't know if I had a incurable disease. I don't know how I would feel. Again, I'm going to say, I hope they get therapy and can be able to talk to someone, have a support group. Have a support group so they can live productive lives. Yeah, us as Black people, we want to pretend like we so strong. We got it all together. Hell, I don't even have it all together. I'm turning 60. Diva, put a couch on your show and let me come sit on that couch. We want to pray about everything, but we don't want to go get therapy or medication. Our culture. We'll sweep some shit under the rug. We good at pretending too. We want to pretend like everything okay, and we hurting.
All right, sorry guys. So sorry. I was
Alright,
expecting
well,
my hold
Diva.
on one second, mama. I was expecting my grocery delivery to be here a little sooner, but it didn't. So it just came now. I apologize about that, guys. All right, thank you, Miss
Okay.
April, for holding it down for the few moments that
Alright.
I was gone. I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you. I'm gonna start to get ready to the
Alright.
read. All right.
Okay. Bye.
Hey, Blade, baby, bye. Hey, Blade. 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 Do you hear me, Blade?
Hold on, let me get back in. Something is going on with my phone. Hold on.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, so guys, so I'm gonna get ready to read. Sorry it took me long. The food came first. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to deal with the food and the situation. Sorry about that, y'all. I apologize again. So as I said today here, we're going to read the transcripts on what happened yesterday in Rkelly's sentencing hearing, word for word. All right. We're going to get into it here, y'all. So as we know, yesterday was Wednesday, June 29, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. The hearing was. I got you, Blake. Hey, baby.
I'll just come back up when you've done reading.
Okay. You sure you don't want to have a couple of words before I do?
For some reason, hold on. Oh, I know what it is. Can
You got it now?
Yes, can you hear me?
Mommy. Yeah, baby, I've been hearing you.
Okay.
Hey y'all.
Hey, Sin.
I'm a little bothered because I was on the train, so
Okay.
I couldn't fill in with you while you were talking. So I don't want to get off your topic, what you're talking about now.
Okay.
So yeah, I seen the bullshit.
Yeah.
I seen the picture, and I have a lot to say about that.
Okay. Okay.
I have a lot to say about that because I know probably the person is in the bushes, but
Right.
this was the same person that was crying because somebody was posting her up and her child up. But now you post up two people, they ain't got shit to do with nothing.
Right.
And this is where the fuck clown behavior begins.
Right.
You just put two people up there that ain't got shit to do with nothing. And you think this shit is cute, and it's not fucking cute. But then you want to boo-hoo-hoo when the behavior is done to you. So I'd be wrong if I post you up and clown you and do you dirty. Then you're going to go press charges on me like you did to Dana. Then you're going to go make fucking police report. So should I go?
You went out, Blake. You went out, Blake. You went out,
Do what you got to do,
Listen, I'm not no fucking cop caller. I'm not worrying about none of that shit. But what I'm saying is, would it be fair for me to do the same thing, for us to do the same thing?
Right. That's right.
Would it be fair? Because wasn't you the first one that was crying and complaining about somebody posting you? Somebody posting you up? Okay, that's what I'm and it's crazy. But then somebody hits you up behind the scene to give you the heads up, and you don't give a fuck. You say you not. They even told you to crop the picture. You didn't give a fuck.
Right.
You don't care. But then you want to cry wolf later when that same behavior is done to you, and this was started from the beginning. That behavior right there.
Right.
You're ignorant and stupid as fuck. You're clowning on Dana, but you're as ignorant as him. You're doing the same thing he's doing. So you ain't no better than him. And first of all, ain't never no fucking Captain Save-A-Hole. Let's make that shit fucking clear.
Right.
Ain't no Captain Save-A-Hole. We are grown. Right. Just of a difference of opinion. You gonna post somebody up because he went to eat lunch with human beings? With human beings.
And that was before we went to eat the lunch, mommy.
It doesn't even fucking matter. You're ignorant and immature as fuck. Right. Listen, I don't care about none of that shit. You're ignorant and immature as fuck. That's all I can say.
They
You're
just
ignorant and immature.
30 years in behind bars.
You knew who you was posting. You knew who you was posting. Your caption made it very clear. You just ain't give a fuck. But guess what? I'm not like you. I'm not a dysfunctional human being like you. I'm not going to entertain that behavior. Right. You continue because you just as worse and Dana or the same. Okay?
Right.
So I don't feel sorry. And that shit going on with Dana, what I told Dana was this is not the place and time for it.
That's it.
Plain and simple.
That's it. This was not the time, not the place.
This ain't the time and place for it.
We dragged him away from the drama. That's it. He wasn't running from nobody. We dragged him from the drama.
And I don't give a fuck. Listen. Yes, does he lie about certain things? Yes. Yes, he does lie about certain things. But guess what? I'd rather deal with a liar than a fucking snake.
At least we know he's lying. Fuck.
Listen, like I said, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I am my own woman and I stick to what the fuck I say. Right. I'd rather deal with a liar than a fucking snake.
At least we know where he's coming from. Right. We can
all that shit. Y'all motherfuckers, listen, y'all need to grow up and stop being so fucking ignorant and childish. Grow the fuck up. Grow up, please. Grow up. But thank you for posting me up on your page. Remember, you open that door. All I'm going to say is you open that door, so don't cry later.
Right.
You open that door, and I hope you hear this fucking live. You open that door, so don't cry later. If I even mention your name, don't cry later. If I post you up, don't cry later. Because you open that fucking gate. That's all I got to say.
Is that Sylvia?
Sylvia, as a matter of fact, let me address this now. Sylvia, you little fucking punk, potato, washed up bitch. You spend that fat oompa loompa bitch because you couldn't do it. You that much of a fucking pussy. But you seen I shut him down too. You seen I shut him down and you stood in the fucking corner. Go chase the fucking burger, a turkey burger with that fat motherfucker too. Go chase it.
With her Arby's sandwich. With her Arby's sandwich.
So you still behind the scene. Yeah, you since you couldn't do it, you send everybody else to do your dirty work. That's what the fuck you did, and I peeped you do it. I peeped you do it. That's why I got at your stupid ass. And tell that fat motherfucker to buy a new pair of sneakers and fix his fucking teeth. That's what you need to tell that fat bitch. And tell him next time he want to talk to me, tell him to pick up that belly and find his fucking dick first.
Right, like I cannot. These people are fucking retarded. And that bitch Sylvia, she's lucky she did not get touched. She's really lucky that she did not get touched. Because I would have jabbed her ass for my daughter alone.
But did you see how she backed up and she smiled and she's still quiet?
She's still quiet. She had nothing to fucking say. I called her ass the fuck out and she had nothing to fucking say.
She went right. She backed up with the fucking dude. Dude went through the part.
They weren't running. The both of them weren't running.
Listen, they broke one too many times. I really wasn't going to say nothing. I swear. But once JoJo took off her shoes, it was over after that.
Nah, it was just over. The whole fact that these fucking people were fucking attacking Faith too. Like that just brought us to a whole nother level on top of that. On top of JoJo, and then on top of Faith, that shit just made us really, really, we got open.
Man, all I would have had to do was wave a burger. All I would have had to do was wave a burger and an ice cream cone right in front of his face and it would have been good.
Dangle some pork chops in front of him, make him run for it. Come on, boy. Come on, you can do it. You can do it, Chuleta.
Y'all are a mess. I had a rough day at work and y'all just made my day.
Good. I'm
no,
glad
because it's the truth. The funny part is you have people sitting behind the scenes and sending people to do their dirty work.
Right.
That's because they power.
This is it. And the funny part is you wasn't even at court. Who took that picture and told you to post it up? Was it Sylvia or the other lady she was with?
Right.
That other lady with the short haircut with the glasses that looked just like her, was it that lady too? It was either Sylvia or her.
I don't know. It could have been Glenda or Janet.
Listen, I don't care who it was, but thank you. Thank you. You just opened the floodgates.
Right.
Remember that.
Right.
Diva,
well, guys, I'm gonna start to read. We've been on for an hour. All right, so we got all the shenanigans out in the first hour of the live. So for those who are on the replay, we're gonna start this right now at the 1 hour mark.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna sit back and watch.
Read a little bit. You wanna be somebody, and I'll be the judge.
Okay. I will.
So I'll be the judge, and you can be the other people as they come in.
Okay.
I'll pick somebody else to be after. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
You want to read too, David? Come over here. Put the chair up over here, and you can read. He wants to do the execution, he said. All right.
Okay.
I know you got to go to sleep, David. Okay, honey. I love you. Thank you. All right. So here we go. As we all know, all right, I'm not naming everybody. We're just going to go to this. All right. So the judge starts to say, good morning.
Oh, you're the judge. That's right. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the judge. So the judge is going to say the court.
Okay.
All right. So, good morning. Everybody can sit down. I'll be the courtroom deputy. I'll do the deputy.
Okay.
This is criminal cause for sentencing docket number 19 CR 286 USA versus Robert Kelly. Counsel, state your appearances. The government first. Go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the United States, Elizabeth Geddes, Miss Samantha
Shihata.
Shahata. Oh, okay. Nina Shahata, Mr. Cruz, Maria
Melendez.
Cruz. Good morning.
Good morning. Go ahead, Miss Geddes.
Is that me? Okay. Okay. Also seated at the council table is the Special Agent Ryan Colbert, the Department of Homeland Security Investigation, and Kirk Nickelbar.
Frank Nicoladias.
Yes. Yeah. And Patricia Sullivan with the Probation Department.
Okay, I'll do this part. Miss Sullivan, good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Nicoladias, good morning, Your Honor. The judge, good morning, everyone. Miss Bonjean, good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Bonjean, Bonjean, and Ashley Cohen, Cohen, on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Kelly, who is also present here today before the court. And the judge says, good morning. And Mr. Kelly says, good morning. The defendant, good morning. Now the judge says, all right, we are here today for sentence after trial. I just want to go through a couple of preliminary matters. I'm just going to remind everybody here today, and I think our courtroom deputy has already made it clear, but there is no talking, no reaction of any kind, and our court security officers will remove anybody who does that. I am certain that is not going to happen, but I just want to make sure everybody is aware of that. I'm sure the parties are aware, but I have denied the defendant's motion for acquittal and for a new trial in their entirety, in an order that was filed late last night. Throughout the proceeding today, I will be referring to victims or witnesses using the names that were used at trial. I just want to remind the parties that those are the names we will use to refer to them during trial. And then, just in terms of this order, obviously, the first part of today's proceeding will involve going through an analysis in the application of the appropriate sentencing guidelines. Given the complexity of those, that might take a little bit. I anticipate that we will break after that. And I just want to check with the government pursuant to the CVRA. Now, CVRA, guys, is the Crimes Victims' Right Act. Okay?
Okay.
Then she says, I understand it is 7. So, Ms. Geddes, that's you.
Okay. That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, 7?
Correct.
Okay. And just in terms of the order of that, I anticipate, that will be after the guidelines analysis. Is that correct?
That is correct.
It says I.
Oh, I. Girl.
No, you know what? I don't know if the watermark might be throwing you off.
I'm fine.
Okay, can you see it clear?
I'm on it.
She's excited. That's all right. Go ahead, Mama. All right. So now the judge says it is before the parties. Usually the order is I'll hear from defense counsel, then from the government, and then from Mr. Kelly. But I think the statements of the victims will go before all of that. Ms. Getty?
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So with that, let's proceed. All right. Mr. Kelly was convicted after an approximately 6-week jury trial of all 9 counts in the third superseding indictment. Racketeering in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1962C. That's count 1. Count 2 was coercion for the purpose of illegal sexual activity in violation of 18 U.S.C. section 2422A. I'm also, just for this very reason, if you have a phone, turn it off because it's distracting. And those are for the people who are permitted to have phones. So that was count 2. Count 3 is a violation of 18 U.S.C. section 2422A. I'm sorry, that's count 3. Count 4 was another violation, was a violation of 18 U.S.C. section 2422B. Count 5 was 2018 U.S.C. section 2423A. Count 6, 18 U.S.C. 2421A. Count 7 was 18 U.S.C. 2422A. Count 8, section 2421A. And count 9 was 2422A. 18 U.S.C. section 2422A. I will not go through the racketeering acts except to say that the jury concluded that the government had provided all of the racketeering acts except for counts or acts 3 and 4 within count 1. All right. I'm going to go over the documents that I have reviewed in connection with today's proceeding. And if there are quite a few of them. If I have missed something, I will, the parties will let me know. All right. Obviously, I presided over the trial, but I also reviewed in detail the trial transcript, the pre-sentence investigation report, as well as the probation department sentencing recommendation, which I think both sides have. Is that correct, Ms. Geddes?
Yes.
Ms. Bonjean?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. The government filed objections to the pre-sentence report on April 19th. The defense filed objections on April 20th. The government responded to the defendant's objections on May 12th. There was an addendum to the pre-sentence investigation report filed on May 24th. The defendant filed the first part of a sentencing memo on May 27th. The government filed some additional objections to the addendum to the pre-sentence investigation report on June 3rd. And then the government filed its sentencing addendum on June 8th. There was another addendum to the pre-sentence investigation report filed on June 13th. And then on June, also on that day, the defense filed a supplemental sentencing memo with exhibits that included reports prepared by Dr. Park Dietz and Dr. Ryan Salisbury. And then that submission also included letters from Mr. Kelly's supporters. The government submitted on June 17th a letter regarding restitution. On June 23rd, the government replied to the supplemental submission. Then there was a third addendum to the pre-sentence investigation report filed on the 24th. The government filed its letter pursuant to the Crime Victims' Rights Act on June 24th. The defendant replied to the restitution letter that the government filed on June 27th. To the extent that some of these submissions were under seal. I think that was the defense supplemental sentencing memo plus exhibits. I directed that those be filed with some redactions on the public docket, and I believe they were. Is that correct, Ms. Geddes?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Geddes?
The government's letter regarding the restitution as well as the defense response were filed under seal and remain sealed.
Okay, all right. Is there anything else that I forgotten to mention, Ms. Geddes?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, for the defense, Ms. Bonjean?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and Ms. Bonjean, have you and Mr. Kelly reviewed the pre-sentence report?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Now, I don't understand any side to be requesting any evidentiary hearing. Is that correct, Ms. Geddes?
The government is not.
Thank you. Ms. Bonjean?
That is correct. We are not.
Okay. All right. At this point, I am going to go through the sentencing guidelines calculation. As I said, there are not only a number of counts which require some detailed analysis, there's also a significant level of disagreement about the extent to which some of these enhancements apply. I have read the voluminous submissions on this topic. I don't need any further argument on it. I will say that both sides submitted very thorough arguments in support of their position. And the probation report itself is quite thorough. So, what I'm going to do is just go through what those particular issues are with respect to each count. Lay out in sort of general terms what the objections are. To the extent that there are objections, they're all preserved because they were in your submission. But that's the way I plan to do it. I will start with count 1, which is Racketeering Act, the racketeering count. And within that, the first Racketeering Act is bribery. So this is in connection with Aaliyah. Okay. There is a, at least between the parties, there is agreement that the base level offense level is 12. And that's the adjusted total. So probation added a 2-point adjustment pursuant to guideline 3B14, which the government does not advocate for. So that has to do with directing or soliciting a minor in connection with the commission of the crime. But the parties agree that doesn't apply under the facts of this case. So probation also added 4 points pursuant to guideline 3B1.1a. That is for the defendant's aggravated role. The Second Circuit has endorsed an approach that this role adjournment is to be made on the basis of the defendant's role, and that overall a racketeering enterprise rather than on the conduct that's in the underlying predicate acts. So I find that the 4-level role enhancement is warranted, but it's going to be applied to count 1 as a whole, not to each individual predicate act. So moving on to Racketeering Act 2, under count 1, that is sexual exploitation of a child, and the victim is Stephanie, there is a base offense level of 32. The government and probation agree that an additional 2-point enhancement should apply if the offense involved the commission of a sexual act or sexual contact. The defense objects to this on the ground that the enhancement is duplicative of the sexual conduct part of the underlying base offense. I think the government and probation have the better argument here. The statute prohibits a defendant from engaging in sexually explicit conduct, which does not necessarily involve a sexual act. So it doesn't involve actual sexual contact. And that's a significant difference. And so I find that enhancement implies and that the adjusted total for that racketeering act is 34. So racketeering acts 3 and 4 under count 1 apply to the victim Sonia.
Which one was Sonia?
Sonia was the one that they acquitted.
Oh, okay.
They threw out hers 3 and 4. Those
okay.
There. Now, these were acts that the jury found were not proved. Okay? So they threw out the counts under 1, but acts 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Which was the kidnapping and I forgot what the other one was. Kidnapping and I think it was trafficking or coercion. I don't remember which one. Coercion or forgot what it was. But these were acts that the jury found were not proved. The government is not asking me to consider these acts for purposes of calculating the guidelines. And I'm not going to. So she didn't add that. But it is appropriate to include it in the pre-sentence report because it is relevant evidence of the existence of the enterprise. So as well as it means and methods, and so it is properly included in the pre-sentence report. So she let it in only because it's proving the racketeering.
Oh, okay.
Other than that, the other claims of assault and all that other stuff, she's not even looking at it.
Oh, okay.
Because it was thrown out. So, but she is adding the other part because it's proving motive. So now she continues to say, and so it is properly included in the pre-sentence report, although it doesn't affect the guidelines calculations. So just one point about Racketeering Act 5, 6, and 7. And this has to do with the question of whether those acts should be grouped pursuant to Section 3D1.2 of the guidelines. Now, that provides that counts that involve substantially the same harm should be grouped together into a single group. And counts involve the same harm for purposes of this rule if they involve the same victim or transaction, or if there is the same victim or two or more acts of transactions that are connected by a common criminal objective, or if they are part of a common scheme or plan. So according to the application notes, the court should group counts when what they represent is a single injury or part of a single crime episode involving the same victim. But the application notes specifically number 4, Josh, specifically say that this section does not authorize grouping offenses that cannot be considered to represent essentially one composite harm. So the example that they give is the robbery of the same victim on different occasions. And those types of crimes would not be grouped because even though they're the same victim, there are multiple separate instances of fear and risk of harm. It is not one composite harm. So the acts at issue here, which are acts 5, 6, and 7, relate to the Mann Act offense against Geronda, the forced labor of Geronda, and the sexual exploitation of Geronda. While these acts involve the same victim, they also involve multiple separate instances of fear and risk of harm and are not one composite harm within the meaning of the guidelines. Although there are some common criminal objectives that tie these acts together, and those would include fulfilling the defendant's sexual desires at the expense of minor victims, I conclude that grouping these acts would misstate the character of the offenses and the distinct harms that each of those cause to the victim. So those will not be grouped.
Damn, so it was like separate charges. Oh, shoot.
She was trying to group them all. Jean was trying to group them all up as to make them one charge. Jean, and Miss Donnelly was like, no, we can't do that because under the law, nah.
Exactly.
And we're not going to do that. No.
Dang.
No. So then she says, calculating the total for Racketeering Act number 5, there's a base offense level of 24. So there's a dispute between defendant on one hand and the government and probation on the other hand about whether an enhancement pursuant to 2G13B2 should apply. That enhancement is for unduly influencing a minor to engage in prohibited sexual conduct. The defendant takes the position that it's duplicative of the act, of the elements of Racketeering Act 5. Rebuttal presumption of undue influence when a defendant is at least 10 years older than the minor victim, which he was.
Oh, shit.
In this instance, Mr. Kelly was about 26 years older than Geronda. And there has not rebutted it. In my view, the presumption of undue influence, the application notes instruct the court that it should closely consider the facts of the case to determine whether a defendant's influence over the minor compromised the minor's behavior. So the voluntariness of the minor's behavior and the voluntary, I can't say that word, but you know how they always say victims are not volunteers or whatever they say. What is it that they say?
It's voluntariness.
Right. They say volunteers are not victims, right?
Right.
Right. Well, let me let you know what Judge Donnelly just said. Understand the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Exactly.
Okay. The voluntariness, I had to say it slow, you know.
Yeah.
Of the minor's behavior, and that voluntariness may be compromised without prohibited sexual conduct occurring. The record here establishes not only that Mr. Kelly was far older than Geronda, but that he used his position as a celebrity to lure Geronda and maintain undue influence over her. as the evidence showed at trial, by implementing strict rules that he expected her to obey. So I find, for those reasons, that enhancement is warranted. There's also a dispute between the defendant and the government and probation about whether or not the enhancement pursuant to 2G13B3 should apply. This enhancement is applied when the offense involved has the use of a computer or a cell phone to persuade, induce, entice, coerce, or facilitate the minor's travel. So the defendant objects to this on the grounds that no such device was used. The evidence at trial establishes otherwise.
That's all them tapes you had.
Right. That there was cell phone communication between Mr. Kelly and Geronda, including for the purpose of arranging for her to travel to his house and to arrange other meetings. So that enhancement was justified. There is also the enhancement for sexual, that the offense involved a sexual act or sexual contact. I have already discussed why that applies in another context. It is over the defendant's objection, but it is not duplicative in my judgment, and so that enhancement applies. That leaves the adjusted a total of 30 for Racketeering Act 5.
Shit.
Now, there's an agreement between, let me make sure I understand it. I think both the defense and the government agree that this is 22. Ms. Geddes?
For Racketeering Act 6?
For Racketeering Act 6, yes. All right. Since we have plenty of other things to talk about, I'm not going to go into reasons why that is appropriate, but suffice it to say that there is agreement on that one. Racketeering Act 7 is sexual exploitation of a child. Geronda, base offense level of 32. The government is not seeking an additional 2 points for the use of physical force, but the government is seeking the enhancement for using a cell phone or computer. And as explained before, I think that enhancement is appropriately applied. I misstated what I left out. 2-point enhancement. The government is not seeking the physical force, but it is seeking the additional 2 points for sexual act or sexual contact, which is appropriate. So that's 2 points for that. It's 2 points for the cell phone, which leads to an adjusted total for Racketeering Act 7 of 36.
Damn.
All right. Do I have the government's position right, Ms. Geddes?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I know the defense objects to that, Ms. Bundy?
Correct.
All right. Okay. Moving on to Racketeering Act 8. That is under count 1. That is the Mann Act for Jane. The parties are in agreement that the appropriate guidelines is 2G1.1 with a base offense level of 14. I think that is appropriate. The disagreement here is between the defense and the government about the level 4 enhancement based on fraud, and that is pursuant to 2G11B1. The factual basis for that enhancement is the fact that the government or that the defendant did not disclose the fact that he had herpes and that he had unprotected sex with Jane, without disclosing his illness, and that Jane continued to have unprotected sex with him without knowing about that diagnosis. Under these circumstances, I find that this enhancement is appropriate, given the circumstances of the case, and that it involved fraud within the meaning of the guidelines. So I applied that additional enhancement, which brings an adjusted to total of 18. Just before I address Acts 9 and 10, the same issue comes up as to whether those should be grouped. For the same reasons that I discussed in connection earlier, I find that they should not be grouped. These are separate harms to Jane over the course of a period of time, and involved separate instances of fear and risk of harm, rather than one composite harm. So they will not be grouped.
Shit, I bet he was thinking about
He was dying. She kept leaning on him, rubbing his shoulders, rubbing his back. At one point, he looked like he wanted to cry. Girl.
He was thinking about, that was Az, wasn't it?
What was Az? Jane? Yeah, that's Az. Mm-hmm.
And you know, he was so in love with her burn, calling her burn stuff.
Show up. She didn't even show up to the sentencing.
That's sad.
Yeah. I will say, however, that I don't think anybody is disputing that counts 2, 3, 4, and 5 should be grouped with the Racketeering Act 9. And that counts 6 and 7 should be grouped with Racketeering Act 12. And that counts 8 and 9 should be grouped with Racketeering Act 14. Do I have that right, Ms. Geddes?
That's correct.
All right, defense, Ms. Bonjean?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so on to the Racketeering Act 9, which is the Mann Act. The guideline on which the government is pursuing that the base offense level is 24. I note that probation had placed it at 32, but the government's not pressing this, and I'm not, and I think that's correct. There's an additional 2-point enhancement under that the defendant disputes, but the government and probation agree should be applied. This is pursuant to guideline 2G13B1B. And this enhancement applies when the minor was otherwise in the custody, care, or supervisory control of the defendant. And the facts underlying this particular question are that Jane's parents entrusted her to defendant's supervision, authorizing one of the other, I'll say, victim's mother to serve as her guardian until Jane turned 18. And then Jane testified that she lived with the defendant in Chicago after that. The defense's objection is essentially, it is a factual one, but even if it were, well, the objection is that Jane's parents consented, which is really not the point of this enhancement. So the fact that whether it's true or not, whether the parents consented, does not change the applicability of this enhancement.
Accountability.
Right, the applicability.
And you got that accent.
No, that's what it says, applicability.
Oh, okay.
Look at him, mommy. It says applicability.
Oh, okay, I see.
Right. Because she's right now she's throwing down the guidelines. So she's telling Don Jean that bullshit that you try to say because the parents coerced the daughter to go see R. Kelly at one point in time doesn't mean that the parents were doing that all the time. The parents did that, but the point is that the girl went into another care of someone else that R. Kelly was supposed to be in charge of. And the woman was not in that motherly care of Jane. Valerie Payton was supposed to act like a parent, and she wasn't. So all that bullshit with the text messages and the permission slip and all that other bullshit ain't got nothing to do with one with the other.
Nope.
Because at the end of the day, the little girl was in the care of someone who was supposed to be acting as a parent.
Yep.
And instead, the little girl was in his care getting abused. Yep. So Judge Donnelly, in this little sentence here, is letting everybody know she don't give a F you know what.
Yep.
She don't care about that. That is not important. That is not the issue here. That is not why he's being sentenced.
Nope. And they want to blame everything on everybody else but the fact that R. Kelly did all this shit.
They do not want to hold R. Kelly accountable for shit. He's never been accountable for shit his whole life.
Never.
So, let me continue.
Okay.
So now, right, we're on 18 pages already, girl.
Oh, okay.
We got 104 to go.
Well, somebody better come on in here with us.
We're doing good right now. We're doing good. Don't worry. I'll let you take a break when I really need a break, girl.
Okay. What line number we on?
We're on line number 2, baby. So,
okay.
Applicability of this enhancement because it's directed not at the parents, but it's directed at the victim. So the application notes also provide that this enhancement is intended to have broad application. I find under these circumstances that the enhancement is appropriate. There's an additional 2-point enhancement that we discussed previously about which is applied when the defendant unduly influenced a minor. And that's the enhancement where there's a presumption when the defendant is at least 10 years older. For the same reasons discussed earlier, this enhancement is appropriate. The defendant was 48 years old, and Jane was 17. And people don't find something wrong with that. Exactly. Or like with Geronda Pace, that he was how old? 30 what?
He was 34 and she was 17. 34? Wait. No, was he 34?
Hold on. I'm gonna see right now again. She was 16 and he was, I think they did say 43 or something like that. Wait, hold on.
Kelly was 26 years older than Geronda.
Right.
So he was.
Wait. They said it after. Didn't she? She said it after the ages. Oh, so she just said 26 years older.
Yep.
That was it.
She was 16, so R. Kelly was 30-something years old.
Okay, so Mr. Kelly was about 26 years older than Geronda. So
Kelly was 30-something years old and she was 16.
Right. He was born in 1967 or something like that.
No, he's born in 50. Yeah.
67, 68, right? Something like that, ¿verdad?
Yeah, he's younger than I am.
All right. We were over here on page 18. The defendant. Okay, let me highlight this too. So in case we got to go back to something.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Snack. Like she bugging me about a snack.
Who, your doggy?
Yeah, I have a little motif, and she just ever since I moved back home to take care of my mom after my stepdaddy died, who had dementia. And
sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm good.
My grandfather passed away from Alzheimer's.
Yeah, and what's the sad part about it is, girl, I came over here and I had come to check on them, and I found him dead in the bed, and my mama was just wandering around in the house, didn't know what was going on.
Oh no. Give me a
That
second.
night
I gotta step off for a second, guys. Give me one moment.
Okay. You gotta go eat your food.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. I had
I'm here.
to take care of my husband. Hey, baby. I'm glad it's
Okay.
still there. I had to take care of my husband's back. He's shaving. You know, he's got to go to work tonight, so I
Oh,
had
hey,
to shape him up. I'm sorry, guys.
you
He
got to do
needed
what
my
you got to
help.
do.
I got to help the husband first. Sorry, y'all.
I know that's right. He is the head of the house.
It was quick. I mean, I wasn't gone that long, right? Okay.
Nope. I
All
had
right.
enough time to go use the restroom, give my
Okay,
dog
good.
a snack.
All right. See, everybody got a break. Okay. We needed that.
Yep.
All
Got
right,
me a
so
cigarette.
there you go, Mama. I'm about to light my spliff. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So we were line 14. Actually 16. Okay, so I believe the government agrees for this particular racketeering act that the 2-point computer enhancement does not apply. It's on your chart, but I think your submission says that it does not apply. Is that correct, Ms. Geddes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
We already read
all
this
right.
part.
We did?
Yeah.
Are you sure we read this whole page?
Yeah, we read the whole page because we went back to find out how old she was.
So we were here?
Yeah, we were all the way down to the part where
Right here.
where the parents.
Yeah, we already have finished that. Right, we finished that. So we're here.
Okay.
We were here. We're here. All right. And then finally, there is a 2-point enhancement for the sexual act or sexual contact aspect. I have already explained why that is applicable. So that brings us to the guideline of 30 of an adjusted total of 30. So Racketeering Act 10.
Damn.
Okay. Is sexual exploitation of Jane, a child. The base offense level is 32. The enhancement for being in the custody, care, and supervisory control of 2 points is appropriate. As I've already explained, in this particular racketeering act, the enhancement for using a computer or other interactive computer service or device is appropriate. Given the use of the cell phone, the 2-point enhancement for sexual contact is also appropriate, as I've explained previously. Now, the government is not pressing the additional 4-point enhancement because the conduct at issue, this is for material that portrays sadistic or masochistic conduct. So, the government agrees that there was no evidence of this while Jane was under 18. Do I have that right, Miss Geddes?
Yes.
Okay. So, guys, did you hear that? The government does not have any material of Jane being portrayed as being peed on or playing with feces or being spanked or anything like that of when she was 17. They do have stuff from when she was 18. Okay? So let's explain that. All right?
Yes.
Okay. So do I have that right, Miss Geddes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So adding those 2-point enhancements brings an adjusted total of 38. I'm pretty sure that this is right for Racketeering Act 11, forced labor of Jane. There's no dispute that the adjusted total is 22. Is that right, Ms. Geddes?
That's correct.
All right, Ms. Bonjean?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, now Racketeering Act 12, which is also counts 1, 6, and 7. There's a base level of 14. And the point of dispute here is whether or not the fraud enhancement of 4 points applies. I conclude that this applies for the same reason that it applied in the same type of offense involving Jane. because the defendant did not inform Faith that he had herpes before inducing her to come to New York, at which time she had sex with him. That gives an adjusted total of 18. So Racketeering Act 13 is forced labor with Faith. There is a base offense level of 32. Pursuant to guideline 2H4 1B4, if there is another felony offense committed in connection with forced labor, the base level becomes, well, if it is aggravated sexual abuse, the base level is 30 with an additional 2 points if it involves another felony offense. I just want to make sure that I have the government's position right. The facts at issue are that the testimony at trial established that the defendant obtained oral sex from Faith by means of an implied threat of force. And this has to do with the weapon, among other things. Is that correct, Ms. Geddes?
Yes, that is correct, as well as fear.
As well as fear. And I think she testified to that. It's the government's position that this is a violation of California Penal Law Section 518. And so it constitutes any other felony offenses under federal, state, or local law. I think under the circumstances of this case, that guideline enhancement is appropriately applied, which gives an adjusted total of 32. The last Racketeering Act is also count 1, 8, and 9. I'm sorry, it's Racketeering Act 14, but it's counts 1, 8, and 9. There is a base offense level of 14. The defendant objects to the government's application to apply the fraud enhancement for the reasons that I have already stated. I think that is appropriate, and that provides an adjusted total of 18. All right, now turning to the multi-count analysis, pursuant to guideline section 3D14A, B, and C, 1 unit is assigned to the group with the highest offense level, and an additional unit is assigned for each group that is equally serious or from 1 to 4 levels less serious. And then a half unit is assigned to any group that is 5 to 8 levels less serious than the highest offense level. There's a table in the guidelines that provides how many points are added to the total offense level depending on how many units there are. I have concluded, based on my analysis, that there are 4 to 5 units, basically doing the math from these racketeering acts and from the separate accounts. The greatest of the adjusted offense level is 38. So the 4.5 units applying that table means that you add an additional 4. As I said at the beginning, I also add the aggravated role adjustment of 4 points pursuant to 3B1.1A that yields a combined adjusted offense level of 46. According to Part A of Chapter 5 of the Sentencing Guidelines, in the rare case, if the 4 purposes here, if a number higher than 43 results from the application of the guidelines, then the offense level is treated as an offense level of 43. So, applying that analysis, the total offense level here is 43. Now, as we all know, guys, right? We had found out that level 43 offense was life. Right?
Right.
So now she's going to continue by saying there are, in addition to the calculation of the guidelines, there are the parties raised the parties raised various objections to some of the contents of the pre-sentence report. Probation incorporated many of the objections in the first addendum and then the second addendum. And I'm just going to review the objections that are outstanding. I think I have already, and again, there has been copious briefing on this. So I don't know that anything more needs to be said about it. The defendant objected. I think I referred to this before, that because the jury found that racketeering acts 3 and 4 were not proved, that it is not properly included in the pre-sentence report. Obviously, the standard here is preponderance of the evidence rather than proof beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why we're always screaming over here. It's about the preponderance of evidence.
Exactly.
There is a preponderance of evidence. Okay? Rather than proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Which means all fingers point to the one that's supposed to be held accountable.
Mm.
Let me get something to drink.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Ah, I needed that. Yeah. So she says, I am not, what was I? Shit. Oh, yeah. Preponderance of the evidence rather than proof beyond a reasonable doubt, which was, okay, let me just to finish that point. I am not taking into account racketeering acts 3 and 4 for the guidelines. But I do conclude that the testimony was relevant and corroborated by other testimony. So it is appropriately included in the pre-sentence report. I should have started with the criminal history objection. None of this really matters for purposes of Mr. Kelly's criminal history score. But the point of objection is contained in paragraph 227 of the report, which assigns a point for simple battery, which is a misdemeanor, from 1996. There doesn't seem to be any evidence of a disposition in that case. So I think it's appropriate to remove that. I don't know if anybody has anything to say about that. Ms. Geddes?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Bonjean?
No, Your Honor.
All right. And just so to conclude, so that still leaves Mr. Kelly with a criminal history category of 1. And I should have said this before, that the total offense level is 43 and with a criminal history category of 1. So in other words, that's another reason why she didn't give him life, because he has a criminal history of 1, which is really low. I mean, he's done a bunch of misdemeanors. All right. So the applicable guideline range is life imprisonment.
I know he almost shitted on himself when he heard that.
Woo! I know it did too. The court continues to say, now, there were some other objections by the defense to the characterizations in the pre-sentence report, which were based on the testimony at trial. And for example, if there is an objection to the description of the enterprise and the characterization of the employees as members of the enterprise, this is something that is addressed in my decision on the defendant's post-trial motions, but these are appropriate characterizations based on the evidence. There is an objection by the defense to paragraphs 17 and 18. And the defense objection is suggesting, I guess, that the employee, the PSR, says that the employee knew that the victims were minors. I don't think the PSR actually says that. It says that the defendant's inner circle selected women, minors, to join him backstage and after parties. There is a factual foundation for this information, which was the trial evidence. So that objection is overruled. So similar, there is an objection about the characterization of the defendant's rules and that his enterprise aided and abetted him in certain crimes. There is a factual basis for these assertions in the trial record. A number of witnesses testified about the rules that the defendant required the victims to follow. So, as well as the punishment he exacted with when they broke them. There is also record support for the aiding and abetting. The thing that leaps to mind most obviously is the bribery conduct, which is the subject of Racketeering Act 1. There are also objections related to Aaliyah. The defendant objects to the assertion that he had a role in the title of Aaliyah's album, Age Ain't Nothing But a Number. He says that is not so. He also objects to the assertion that he began sexually abusing Aaliyah in 1992 or 1993, as well as the assertion that Demetrius Smith, in connection with the bribery count, told the defendant that he could obtain a fake ID if he bribed a public official. So there is a factual basis for each of these assertions. First, the testimony at trial, as I understand it, was that the defendant wrote and produced the album. And apparently, the album jacket says that he wrote all of the songs, which includes the title track. With respect to the sexual abuse, there is also record evidence for that, particularly the testimony of Angela, who actually saw the defendant performing a sex act on Aaliyah in 1992 or 1993. There was also sufficient evidence to establish that Demetrius Smith talked about the bribery with the defendant in the record. The defendant was with the group when they went to get the fake ID. And after all, it was the defendant's interests that was at issue here. And there is also evidence of conversations. So that is appropriately contained in the pre-sentence report. The next objection is to the information about pending charges against the defendant, and they are just informational. There is no suggestion of any that the defendant is guilty in those. So that stays in. I think there is also an objection to other arrests. I think the arrest can be removed. It has no bearing on the sentence that will be imposed. Finally, I think this is the last objection there is, an objection to a sentence in paragraph 255. That reads as follows. Notably, Miss Savage was referenced above in the offense conduct section of this report, alongside many of the defendant's female partners who endured manipulation and abuse by the defendant for months and years in time. This is an accurate statement. It does not say that she is a victim of the defendants. It just points out that her name is in the offense conduct. So that will stay in the pre-sentence report. I believe I have addressed everybody's objections. Ms. Geddes?
Your Honor, go ahead.
Ms. Bonjean?
No.
Okay. Ms. Geddes?
The government also had an objection to the defense liability to pay a fine. The probation report currently states that the defendant does not have a liability to pay his fine.
I was going to actually address that in the fine portion.
That's fine.
I think suffice it to say that it sounds like there is still some investigation to be done on the extent of his financial situation, Ms. Geddes.
And if this is an appropriate time, I wanted to provide some additional information that the government has learned in connection with that.
Okay, so guys, let me let you know they are investigating Rkelly's finances now. They want to know every which way he's got money. And if he's hiding money, they're going to find it.
Yep.
So, he has to pay fines, fees, and restitution. And the judge, his lawyer says, oh, I think he's broke. He's going broke. You know, he's broke. He's a poor man now, you know? The judge reads the... wait till y'all finish. Wait, let me finish reading. So, Ms. Geddes?
Yes?
Okay, I guess now is a good time as any.
So it is it is the government's understanding that there are two separate intellectual property rights that stem from in music world. There are copyrights from the actual words and lyrics, which is called the performing art rights, copyrights. Then the copyrights associated with the recording itself, sound recording, which is like the master. And in the probation report, the probation department, I think, actually explained the copyrights associated with the sounds records, recordings. What was I at? Oh,
right here, mommy, 18.
Oh, okay. And the master, and that the hands of it is going to Sony, and to Sony is currently retaining those royalties as a oh shoot, I done got cockeyed now. The information on how to settle some of the outstanding default judgments against the defendant. Separately, however, the defendant until August 2021 was regularly receiving royalties associated with the second copies, the performance of the art copies, copyright, those not held up by Sony. Those are being awarded to the entirety to the credit and the defendant's close friends, Keith Colbert.
All right, wait, pause for a second. Now you see what Judge Donnelly's saying?
Yep.
She's saying that he has money coming from performing arts copyright.
Yep.
Okay, and the copyrights associated with the recording itself, which is the producing and the writing, right?
Yeah, that's two separate checks.
Right. And that the sound recording, which is like the master, right?
Yep.
So he gets money from his masters and gets money from his performing. So she's saying that in the probation report, they explain about the copyrights, okay?
Yep.
And with the sound recordings, and that the masters, and that it's in hands of Sony.
And that Sony
is currently retaining those royalties for him.
Yep.
Sony is currently retaining those royalties. So Sony's collecting them and holding the money for him. They're retaining the money for him. And it determines how to settle some outstanding default judgments against the defendant.
Yep. It says separately, however, the defendant until August of 2021 was regularly receiving royalty associated with the second copyright, the performing copyrights. Those are not held up by Sony. Those are
not held by Sony.
Right. Those are being awarded to the entirety that was created by the defendant close friend, Keith Colbert.
Keith Colbert is the one who's in charge of Rkelly's money. He's the money man. Keith is the money man, guys.
Yep. I don't want to see why his dumb ass didn't put that money, give it to his kids. Stupid ass. But now, that's why he in the situation he in. He could, the judge probably would have had a little bit mercy on him if he found out that the kids are getting that money,
Oh, high five, girl. High five.
She would have had a little mercy on him if she found out that those kids was getting that money.
I agree. But now, I think she would have looked at that like, wow, okay. He does love his kids.
Exactly. Ain't nowhere in nothing. So he talking about his kids.
Right.
So far, one of the individuals who submitted a letter on the defendant's behalf in August of 2001, the government understands that the defendant sold those rights to a third party for $5 million. The government.
Hold on. In August of 2001, he sold those rights to a third party for $5 million.
Yeah, I wonder who that was.
Right. So, wait. So you mean to tell me these rights here, she's talking about describing here the second copyright, the performing arts right?
No, she was just talking about his.
Sony?
He sold some masters. He made some more music in August of 2001.
Were being awarded.
Yeah.
To an entity. Yes. That must be what's the name of that Sun Trust account and all that shit.
Yep. The government it says the government's position is that the money that the defendant will receive from Sony as well as that $5 million that the defendant is in a position, is in a position, at least in the future, to pay fines. Therefore, we think that the PSR should reflect the defendant's ability to pay fines. Say that again, because he ain't got no money.
Look at that. So, being that Sony's holding his money. All right. So, the defendant has not received that money yet.
Nope.
He hasn't read the money pursuant to the contract. I hear you, whoever that is. Give me a second.
And then it looks like that he hadn't received that $5 million yet either from selling those. Okay.
So, and we provided a copy of that to the defendant, but he's entitled to receive it with the combination of the money that the defendant will receive from Sony, as well as that $5 million. So he's good. He don't need.
That's why he been firing all these attorneys.
He don't need no goddamn money. All right.
Nope.
All right. So now,
okay, Judge, it's on you.
I'm about to grab whoever that is.
Okay.
Hi, 30 years.
Oh, it's Keith.
I knew it was gonna be you.
Who is it?
Keep.
Oh, okay.
Say what's up, Keep.
Hey, what's up?
All right, baby. We hear you. We hear you. You good.
Let me know.
Yeah. Did you just hear what I said? Can you reiterate that if you understood what I understood, girl?
I was putting that in the chat.
Please help me. Explain this.
Okay.
You know better than me.
Okay. Remember when he was everybody's trying to release some new songs while he was incarcerated?
Right, that they were supposed to do something overseas and all this bullshit.
Yes, they were trying to release new songs. But here's the thing, he didn't put the songs under Rkelly. He tried to put it under Rob. The reason why I couldn't go under Apple Music and or the streaming stations is because Rkelly, his brand is probably owned by Sony, so they couldn't release no new songs under his name.
Right.
So that's why when they tried to release those new songs, it wasn't under Rkelly, it was under Rob.
Rob, right? That's what Don was talking about that shit, right? Is that who it was?
Who?
It was Don Russell who was talking about that, right?
Yes.
That he was talking about getting his money overseas, his work overseas, and all this, and
yes, because he had a second copyright.
Right.
He couldn't release it. That's the thing. If he would have released songs, he could have been released in 2019.
Right.
So he couldn't release anything.
So
I guess his copyright is owned by RCA or Sony.
Okay.
And that's why he had to get. The thing is, it's in other people's names. It is in other people's names. That's where the copyright comes from. So that's where that's coming from.
Right.
But the government found that paper trail where everything is still going directly to Robert Kelly.
Exactly.
Right. See,
exactly. It's always a money trap. Nobody ain't steal this man's money. Let's stop saying that shit.
Right. He's hiding money.
Trying to hide it.
He's hiding money.
He's hiding money. That's right.
Now remember, like early on, they had motions to look at bank accounts.
Yes.
And
including the lawyers' accounts.
The what?
Including the lawyers' accounts.
Yes. Someone in the chat mentioned Greenberg.
And Doug.
Yep.
So,
they investigated their accounts. They sure did.
Yes. And see, they probably investigated Doug's accounts with that defense fund.
They investigated both their accounts.
Oh, yes. I'll say that probably the best.
It was in the paperwork. It's there.
Right. So nobody is still like, where are they getting this? Someone is stealing this man's money.
This nigga hiding money.
Look, people are probably stealing a couple of thousand for themselves. Oh, let me take $1,000.
Hey, because again, you gotta look at who set up the
He
environment
was cheap.
for that.
Right.
Yeah, you gotta set up the environment.
He's docking money from people. They're like, fuck that shit. I'm taking my money, nigga. You owe me money.
Yeah, so
Yep.
so here's it is. Whenever a boss or mentor they do shit like that, you setting yourself. That's the environment you set up. You set yourself up where a person will get tired and their mental health is just gone. They're gonna start, find a way to take money for themselves.
And what can he do? Nothing. He's behind bars.
This is what you call putting. Yes, thank you. That's
Yeah,
what pisses me
remember?
off.
Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember when he got bonded out and that lady went back and tried to get the bond money back and messed up and she said that it was his money?
Yes, girl. That was funny.
So meaning that the money is in other people's names. He's not stupid. Listen,
Right.
the judge said it. The judge said it in the courtroom yesterday. You found a way
You
to
have an
manage
echo.
the time. Your behavior. You use other people. She told him that in the courtroom yesterday. In dumb, like it, not in dumb words exactly, but in putting it that way. Like
Keith, you got an echo, baby.
But like I was just telling Diva, the judge probably would have had a little bit more mercy on him if that money was going to his children.
She picked up that from 2008, he knew how to hide his shit and cover it up good, but not that good because it's coming back to hit him.
Remember, supposedly this line they told them precedents that LaToya came out and said, "Oh, yeah, I'm holding $4 million for Robert."
Yes, remember that time? Is in trust and belief is in other people's name.
Yeah.
He's not stupid.
Yeah.
Well, he is, because
Well, you know what? People should be real fucked up and keep that money and say, "Nigga, I don't know what happened to that account."
Listen, if they don't want the feds coming after them, they better give it up.
They better give it up. They better
Yep.
give it up.
They better give it up because they're going to be caught up right with them.
Yep.
Talk again, keep. Oh, okay.
All right, I'm getting off. I just wanted to say
She had
that.
an echo. Yes, sis. Yes, sis. Yes, you had a point too, mamita.
He's having it in other people's names.
Yes,
like,
ma'am.
I think that lady that bonded him out, I think she owned a daycare or something.
Valencia.
What does she own? She has something. That's probably
It wasn't her who owned it. It was her mom.
It's probably his money.
Yeah, that's his money because he probably helped her get her business.
It's probably his money because she fucked up. First of all, how you gonna go bond him out like it's your money and then you try to go get it back and say that it's his money? The judge didn't give her that money back.
No, did that go towards his attorneys?
It don't matter where it went. She didn't get that shit back.
The judge did not give Lennon Weber did not give that money back. He said, "You didn't read the contract. I'm sorry."
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Contract.
Yes,
but you can't get your money back, girl.
That is on video, but they don't repost that shit though.
Right now, okay, keep you some better now, mama.
They don't repost that shit. They don't repost when the judge refused to give that money.
Right, you had an echo before. Maybe you had something playing in the background. Yeah, I was like, what? How you? He's
crazy. You can see he's a selfish old son of a bitch.
He knows what he's doing. People act like he don't know what he's doing. People act like all these other people were doing the actions for him and he wasn't giving nobody directions. Get the fuck out of here. He is the CEO of his own motherfucking brand. How the fuck you think he had it run? It was running because of him.
Yeah, you remember he told Gail King he went to the bank and all his money was gone. That's because you changed banks, you dummy.
Yeah, he changed banks, took all his money out, switched it. Come on, man. People ain't fucking dumb. He actually thinks the fucking government is dumb and slow. Oh, that's why you getting 30 years. That's why you got 30 years.
Exactly. But like I said, if he had said that money was going to his children, that's probably another reason why his kids don't fuck with him. Because you ain't thinking about them. You thinking about your own self again.
Well, supposedly, I don't know, Keith, did you find out and verify this? There's something going around saying that the daughter spoke out. I didn't find anything. Did you?
No, that's not true.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I didn't find anything on that supporting that.
I don't know. Somebody
You know how people on YouTube, you know me, I gotta vet shit before I even talk about shit. I don't like to just talk shit. I want to make sure I have facts to back it up. You know. So let me finish reading, guys. I'm glad you're here, Keep. Maybe you could take a little bit over too, también. Hold on. I'm going to go behind the scenes, so I'm not going to see the chat again either. All right. And my phone's charging, so I don't have my phone in front of me, guys. So I don't see what's going on in the chat. All right. So now the judge says, if you want Keep, you want to read Miss Bonjean's part, the next part?
Okay.
All right, cool. Okay. If you want to take Miss Bonjean's part when I'm done with this piece. So the judge says, all right, Miss Bonjean, what do you have to say about that, if anything? I mean, I am not making a decision at this moment, but I will hear what you have to say about Mr. Kelly trying to hide money. What do you say about that, Miss Bonjean?
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. We did receive that document yesterday, and I have not seen it before. But I will say that as an officer of the court, my understanding is that any monies that he is entitled to through royalties, whatever bucket you want to put them in, are being held by Sony, and that there are liens or judgments against them that far exceed what he's entitled to. Now, I'm happy to explore it further to ensure that. Oh, scroll up a little bit. I'm following it on my TV. Let me see. Okay, good. That's better. I am making an accurate representation to the court. There was a time period and around the time of trial where he was still receiving some royalty income. And there were judgments that were working their way through the Illinois courts. But since that period of time, my understanding is that has dried up almost entirely. That may be in part because of use, but also because he just does not have access to it. Bullshit. I will be happy to explore it further, but I am not familiar with him being able to get $5 million. Yeah, all right. I can represent. Let me read that again.
Read that last part.
I will read that last part. I want y'all to hear this. This is some funny shit. I will be happy to explore it further, but I am not, air quotes, familiar with him being able to get $5 million. I am not familiar with him being able to get $5 million. If you can get the $5 million to whatever you took it to, you can find a way to get it out.
She said, I can represent that.
I can represent that.
So the judge says, yo, this part is funny. This is a crazy part right now. What we're going to read right now, y'all going to see. So now the judge goes, okay, well, it is something to bear in mind. It sounds to me as though there is still some additional work to be done in determining if there are other sources of income. Is that correct, Ms. Geddes? Go ahead, Sin.
Yeah, well, I don't think so, Your Honor. I think that according to, I think it was a second amendment that the PSR that Sony has retained. If I added it up correctly, there is about $3.5 to $4.5 million in royalties. That is solely with respect to the sound recordings of the master recordings.
Okay, push pause, y'all. Push
pause.
Yeah, I didn't interrupt because someone just put, I think Todd put it in the chat about Some Brother Love. I think that's under the second copyright, and I can verify that.
Right. Ooh, Keep if you could. Ooh, okay.
Okay.
There is.
She says there is it's my understanding that there is $7 million in outstanding default judgments against the defendant, but the defendant stands in court to receive royalties, both from the sound recordings which flow through Sony by contract. They go initially to the Sony, and then to the Sony will evenly provide it to the defendant once the defaults are satisfied. But then separate from that, there are these copyrights. These are these performing art royalties that the defendant or his childhood friend Keith have been receiving through August 2021, which were, several hundred thousands of dollars. It's completely separate from the money that was going to Sony, that Sony retained retaining because it was such a subject to the default judgment, and those are the rights that he is entitled to receive, $5 million. And while it is true, there are $7 million in outstanding judgments, and most or a lot should stay most of it. But a lot of it has already been retained by Sony and be willing to satisfy that. And the single time someone listens to the defendant's music, and so the object is whether he is ability to future pay a fine, the government's positions given that the substantial earning that the defendant will receive another from his $5 million judgment from royalties coming in through Sony. That frankly, he does have ability in the future.
So in other words, he could pay this money now and in the future.
Exactly. I would note that the defense counsel thought this case has been retained. This is not an individual who has no money. And the question is not whether he has the money today. And finally, I think that it is important to note that the defendant, frankly, was not candidate for the court with probation department about his financial statuses. Now we're in these. There does mention that there was a contract for $5 million to sell rights. This is simply says that the understanding only is getting a couple of $1,000s per quarter. Oh, okay. And that is now accurate.
Okay.
And it says it is now accurate that what the defendant continues to receive through, I think, Keith Calvert. But it is completely negligent that the fact that he has engaged in a contract right before the trial began, Your Honor.
Boom, that's some brother love.
Yeah. And that the government's position is that we do not need to do further investigation. The question is whether he can pay and the evidence in which he can in the future.
Like I said, they want to investigate his finances. Bum, 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 bum. Keep sending money, y'all. Keep sending money.
Send that money. Can't send it to Bonji, now send it to that commissary.
So he can buy him some love in prison, love and lockup.
Oh, they're not going to do that. They're going to send care packages. Anything to poison to him.
Right. She said she's going to be sending care packages. I forgot about that, Keep. She's going to be sending him his soap, his toothbrush, toothpaste, socks, underwear, you know all that shit.
And you're going to do all of that, and he's going to give you a thank you card.
Right.
He's talking about, I ain't never been to the bank for myself. I went down there and I didn't have, but what did he say, $2,000?
Right, he said, right, he had something.
You wouldn't know why nobody ain't believe that. Go
What
back.
did he
to
say? He said he had $300,000 left or something.
I think it was 200 when he told Gail King, I didn't even know how to use a bank card.
Right.
Let me tell you how.
I believe that though. He didn't know how to
It
use
sounds
that.
so stupid that people keep saying this is all a ploy to steal his money. Go back to the 2002 BET interview with Ed Gorton. He accused people of stealing money in 2002.
Right.
So between these past 20 years,
right.
Taking off some years because he was incarcerated, you just now in 2019, between 2002 2019, you crying, people stealing their money for me. I got disgruntled employees. You used the same excuse in 2002.
Right.
Out in that interview.
Right. Right. Crazy. He ain't broke, man. Come on now. So now to continue, she says the question is whether he can pay, and the evidence is that he can in the future.
Yep.
They know he could pay the money, so they're not trying to hear that shit. Then the government says, the judge says, what else do you have to say about this, Miss Bonjean? You want to be Bonjean, Keep?
Okay, just your honor, I don't think the U.S. attorney has this completely right, frankly. Again, I am not an entertainment lawyer, and I don't understand all of the inner workings of these types of negotiations. She's suggesting that there are two contracts that Sony is paying out on royalties, and that there's this separate source of money. This is not my understanding, and I don't know, again, where the U.S. attorney is getting this understanding that it's separate sources of money. That is just not my understanding at all.
Me and Blade were like, we were hitting each other's elbows and shit like, oh shit.
That nigga got money.
We were like, this Bonjean's trying it. She's trying it. Go ahead, Bonjean. Go ahead.
Okay, I will say that the idea he made in the future, receive royalties as a result of use and of the music, is probably true. But that is very speculative at this point because of, frankly, Sony, his music isn't being played. It's not being played. Mm-hmm. There's not. It's not as many sources would not play his music. So, suggest that he has some ability to pay future royalties, I think is very speculative. And I am unaware of any information that he's entitled to $5 million. So obviously, as an officer of the court, I will be obligated to tell you if I had a different understanding. I just don't. I am willing to look into it, but I do not think that the U.S. Attorney's Office has it quite right.
I do not think it is your position that he is indigent, though, is it?
Damn.
Yes, she did. She broke. Yo, me and Blade looked at each other like, yes. Go ahead, Bonjean.
I think he's pretty. Yeah, I think he's pretty close to indigent. He doesn't have a source of money that's regular.
The only thing I will point out is, at least, I don't recall the precise numbers, but the submission, and I also don't remember which addendum it was or which submission it was, but it did seem to me that they were, in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for periods in 2001. I don't know what the extent is, how likely that it is to continue. I think indigency is probably a stretch. Perhaps, is there more either side wants to say about this? It does not sound like there is much that there is more that anybody. The government has its position, and your position is that there is no further investigation that is required, that there are sources of money. And I think counsel agrees, which makes some sense. There is a possibility of continued future income. Now is now. Who knows what is going to happen in the future? So I think I understand everybody's position. Is there anything else that you want to say on that topic, Ms. Pongine?
Just, Your Honor, that I would like the opportunity to explore. Unfortunately, Mr. Kelly, and this has been the historical thing for him, is that he doesn't fully understand all of his financial abilities to earn. What's the nature of the contracts? He relies on other people. He's always relied on other people to advise him, often detriment. 30 years, okay? So I can't really turn to him and ask him to explain to me right this second, because I don't think he knows. He's easily able to accuse people of stealing money. And so I think just because his name is on a contract does not necessarily mean he fully understands what the nature of the contract was. Or even it may have been explained to him in very basic terms. Which one is it? Was it explained or not?
Exactly. That Negro understand his money. He can tell you where all his checks coming from and how much they gonna be.
All he knows is call Keith or call Daryl. They got the money. That's all he knows.
But Daryl is the one accused of
Or June Brown. Esa la otro. June Brown. Right?
So Brown and McDavid, they are the ones accused of stealing.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But not Keith.
Shit, Keith living hard.
I don't.
Where was I? Okay.
Right here, but I mean, so I would.
Yeah, I got it. But I mean, so I would like the opportunity to look into it to make sure that we have reliable information that we're going to depend on here.
Well,
okay.
I think that as part of the sentence, the fine has to be determined today. So I will take into account what you said in considering that appropriateness of imposing a fine. I think that is all that needs to be said about that. I just want to conclude by saying that I do accept probation's pre-sentence report, which is amended by the first and second addenda, and subject to those objections that I discussed and to the revisions of the guideline calculations that I discussed earlier. I think this is probably an appropriate time, unless I have forgotten something. This is probably an appropriate time to break. Yeah, we took a quick break. I do not know if you have a sense of how long each person will be. I am really mostly just thinking of timing. My plan is at some point to break for lunch, and perhaps maybe we won't get through all of them for lunch, but my plan is to then break for lunch after that and then come back and finish the proceedings. So is 10 minutes enough time to get everybody together? All right. We will be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we will resume. We will hear from those victims. All right.
Okay.
All right, everybody take a break. Let's stretch. Yeah.
I gotta get this out while I'm stretching.
Yes, let's go. Let's take a break. Right.
I see people, they really take it online. When I was reading her part, she didn't know of anything because he didn't tell her everything.
No, he
right,
did.
That's right. He's lying like he did with.
And that's the parody that someone brought it up that it was a
Mommy.
parody that he had with Steve Greenberg.
Exactly.
Lying about the storage, lying about Aaliyah.
Right.
And you're lying
Steven
about
Greenberg was like, I can't help this guy if he don't want to be helped.
Damn.
lying.
He was, in other words, you know what I think was going on, Keith? I think what was going on was that Greenberg was trying to tell him how to fight his case and the right moves he should make. And he was trying to tell him what to do.
Yes. Yes.
And he got exactly what he deserved.
He got what he wanted because he decided to try to fight for himself instead of just taking the advice of his lawyers.
I'm pretty sure when the lawyers listen, let me tell you about defense attorneys. Whenever
but you see, none of them had worked out for him.
Yeah, and let me tell you why. Of course, Greenberg was going to tell him how to fight his case. But what he was probably not comfortable with is the fact that he was going to do prison time regardless.
Yep. He thought he was going to be in and out real quick, that he wasn't going to be held without bail or nothing.
Yes, and so
I'm fucking Kelly.
Exactly. So notice that it was impossible for him to obstruct with him being locked up and all. Possible to obstruct the case by trying to pay off the victims. It was impossible for him to do that. And so now he can't, his, being that his money gone, shout out to the new Rkelly movement. Right. Where they stopped his music, stop his money, which was the goal of the organization.
And he still got up there and fucked up.
And still got there and fucked up. So he's funneling all this money. Ain't nobody stealing money. You doing some shady shit with your money to try to get you out of a crime that you know you committed. So just like Diva just expressed that, he wanted to tell the lawyers what to do. That's why. Look, and not only Greenberg, and who else dropped Leonard? Who had also dropped? Yeah, it was Mike Leonard and Steve Greenberg. The civil lawyers dropped had withdrew from the case.
Steve Leonard, Doug Anton, and Nikki.
He trying to run the attorneys like he did that cult he had.
Oh yes, it was obvious.
Trying to have control, right?
Yep.
Why would you trade Nicole Blink-Becker for Greenberg, who was with you since 2018, and then a month before the trial, you decide to withdraw? He decides to withdraw with you. Just make that make sense.
He full of shit. I bet his ass gonna be sitting in there. He gonna be writing all kind of music now.
He's in there already making music with his people.
Yeah. I admit I was dumb.
I mean, I can't get over how these people still to this day think he didn't do anything wrong.
So I want to know this: what this the stealing of money that they're speaking of? You say somebody trying to go out for money. You said somebody trying to steal money. What money?
Right.
He don't want to admit that he was paying all those girls off. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Exactly. You're right, Sin. You're right. You don't want to admit.
Nope.
That he was paying off the girls. You're absolutely right.
He got money to pay for those attorneys.
There ain't no way Von Jean is working pro bono. No way.
Exactly.
No way.
He had money to pay off those girls, the attorneys, and everybody else.
Okay. We ain't gonna talk about he's illiterate.
He fucks over everybody.
Right.
Right. And then go. I bet he wanted to say, "God damn, they calling me ignorant."
He is. He knows he's ignorant. Come on, man.
And you got the nerve to go outside in the heat, the dry ass braids, and got the nerve to fucking cry and say he ain't do nothing.
Oh my God. I can't even believe it.
But you know, it was I think it was his brother. He told his brother from that 2008, he said God was with you or something. He said that wasn't God, that was me.
Right.
I'm so sick of them using this God shit. You know what?
God is the one who put him there. They can't
Humble.
see that.
God is humbling him down big time.
Right.
And he is not, and you know, like you said, he's gonna have to get some help.
Yeah.
And when he comes to realization that he is guilty of doing the things that they said he has done,
Mommy,
he gonna forever be trying to have a cult in prison.
Wait till you see what Judge Donnelly says. Get the help you need, okay? Wait till y'all hear the help that she tells him he needs to get, okay?
Was he looking?
That's coming at the end, y'all.
Was he looking straight up or he kept looking down?
He was looking down. He was looking straight. He was looking around. He was whispering to the lawyers.
Wait a minute, the innocent person that yelled and said, "I'm fighting for my life. I give you 30 years." That same person had his head to hold down.
30 years. That nigga knew he was gonna get 30 years already.
He knew. He thought he was really gonna get life.
Yeah.
Oh. So he still had some hope left in him, you know.
I don't know how to hog tie nobody.
Right.
Is that the same person? That's the same person. The one that's fighting for his life. You have your fans, your super fans outside crying. Rob is fighting for his life.
Right.
And he had his head down the whole time during sentencing.
Whole time. He had it down. He was looking straight. He was looking down. He was looking around. He was whispering to the lawyers. He couldn't even look at Faith's father. He was looking down and straight ahead. That the father was like, Mr. Rogers was like, look at me, man to man, father to father, because I need you to look at me. And he could not look at him.
The innocent man is fighting for his life
would have looked at that man and would have stood up and said, I apologize to all of you for how you feel. At least he could have said that. That's not eliminating himself.
The man of God didn't do that.
Right. He could have said some phrases from the Bible.
He could have had that money going to his kids.
Sure. He don't think about nobody else but his goddamn self. He's just worried about himself.
Look, $5 million in prison. Nigga, they ain't gonna put all that money on your books, you big dummy.
Wait a minute.
They're gonna start putting up their houses.
You care about your kids so much. You want them to be forgiving of you.
Right.
But you don't even put them on your visitors list.
Or have trust funds in their fucking names.
Did you pay for that girl's college?
Nope.
Child support don't stop at 18 years old.
Because she said she had to drop out because Rkelly hadn't paid.
It stops at 20 or 21.
No,
that's when it
stops.
No,
let me take that back. Let me just take that back. It shouldn't even. The thing is, child support should be the last thing on your mind. At the end of the day, you're a parent.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You're not the custodial parent. You know what your children needs.
That's right.
And their divorce was sealed for a reason, and it came out that he found her with his oldest daughter.
Well, you super fans. Let me tell you something, fucking super fans. Y'all are disgusting. Y'all go under those children's comments so they need to contact their father.
I mean, I think
the worst low-life monkeys.
Look, honestly, I think they need their father in their life, and their father needs them in their life. And right now, if he can keep contact with his kids to just keep him going in there, that would be a great thing.
He probably won't get to that point in his life until he started taking them classes and get serious about it and realize
how he'll try to reach out to his kids. Right? I think you're right, Sin.
I admit, I fucked up.
And then you sitting up there saying happy birthday to your daughter. You haven't done that all her life. But
He's done that. He has little videos of him singing to her. I've seen a couple of different occasions. I have.
Okay. Oh, I'm pretty sure you have it. I'll take that back. I'm pretty sure you have it. I'm just curious.
But did he buy her a pony for her birthday? No.
Wait a minute. What was the timing of that? What year was that?
That was right before they picked his ass up.
2018 or 19. One of those years, Mama.
Whoa, wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. When he brought her a pony? Wait a minute. I'm lost.
No. He never got her no pony. I'm just saying.
Yeah, okay. So the time before 2019, when did he sing to his daughter happy birthday?
2019, and then there was another time where he was doing an interview in a studio, and she called, and he was singing to her, but she was a little girl.
Yeah, because I'm skeptical about anything that happened between 2002 and now.
Yeah, I don't know when. I don't remember when that. He was doing something in the studio. He was doing some interview. Damn, I can't remember what was the name. All
he do is lie.
But he, you know, I mean, it was something that he traditionally would do for his daughter when he was away. I get it, you know, but that doesn't mean he was a perfect father.
Nope, because his when his son turned into a woman.
Oh yeah, he said, "Oh,
yep.
I got nothing to say about that. My kid is my kid."
Yep. Okay, we back in court.
Yeah, give me one second, guys.
It was a lot of shit that went under our noses, so I'm glad we all did this YouTube thing to make sure we stay on top of this case and don't have it delayed like he did with the 2008 trial.
Exactly. He paid for that trial.
Of course, and everybody knows he did. That's what the Chicago trial be talking about. Y'all gonna figure out why you didn't have 5 defense witnesses speaking for you. You ain't even had the Olsen twins up there speaking for you.
You didn't even have your kids speaking for you.
You don't mess with underage girls, but you couldn't even find grown women to testify for you. The supporters could have found people for you.
That's messed up.
Yeah, feds ain't going to keep prolonging it. Of course not. The feds, there's a reason why they got that 95% conviction rate. Or I think it's higher than that. But they're not going to sit there and waste taxpayer money to make him a quote-unquote political prisoner.
Nope.
Where the fuck they get that at?
And y'all remember that it was Trump that paid for all this money for the FBI's and Homeland Securities and folks to start crashing down on these sex offenders.
Was it? Wait a minute. I just so confused with that. Ain't a Rkelly supporter a Trump supporter?
Say that again.
I'll take it back. I ain't gonna do that. I'm on cloud 9.
Trump was probably trying to cover himself from Epstein.
Oh, of course. That's probably why he signed all those things. Now, that's a conspiracy theory.
Yep. Rkelly couldn't sit his black ass down somewhere.
Sorry, guys. I had to step off for a second.
I'm surprised he didn't get up and say, I didn't do the stuff. I'm fighting for my life in that courtroom. But he had his head down the whole time.
Okay.
Little weasel.
Y'all ready? Let's finish.
And you know what? I'm going to say this. Any man that abuses a woman, it can't fight a man.
That's why they don't like domestic abuse in prison. They don't like child molestation. He's officially a chomo.
He's officially a chomo. It's official. He's done. He's a chomo. But you know what? They treat I want to show that video. I'm gonna do that in the next couple of days. Show that video about that. Remember that video you sent me about the chomo?
Yes.
Yeah, I wanna get into a couple of things, so I'm kind of setting up for a live to speak about all of that stuff. Okay, so let's finish this. So the judge says, everybody can sit down. You know, I meant to say this is at the beginning. I remove my mask when I am speaking, and the parties are welcome to do that too. So just bear that in mind. All right. How would you like to proceed, Ms. Geddes?
Your Honor, we're just waiting for the victim to enter. As soon as they do, we are prepared to.
Okay. Ms. Geddes?
I believe the first one will be Angela.
Okay.
All right, Your Honor, I believe that the first victim witness who is going to speak is Angela. Angela, could you please come up?
Okay. I am just going to ask you to take as much time as you need. Take as much time. This is a reminder to everybody who will be speaking. Our court reporter takes down everything that you say. I think those of you who testified at trial remember me telling you that. So do your best just to keep your voice up and try to speak slowly. Go ahead, Ms. Geddes.
Your Honor, it is okay if Angela takes off her mask if she prepares while she speaks.
Yes, that is fine while you are speaking. All right, so I'll be Angela.
Okay.
All right. Angela says, the Pied Piper.
Woo! Shit.
You are both a magician and technique and approach, carrying with you the promises of success, family, and love to entice those you thought nobody would miss. You presented these glitter gems as if they were gold as a means to rape, beat, mistreat, and continuously repeat your deplorable acts on both male and female children alike. With every addition of a new victim, you grew in wickedness, cockiness, diminished any form of empathy, sympathy, or self-awareness, which soon became the breeding ground for your godlike complex. You used your fame and power to groom and coach underage boys, girls for your own sexual gratification. You were doing, saying, and encouraging inexplicable things that no one should ever experience. Yet, you not only did this to one person, but to many. You have created a shared foundation of trauma that centers you as both the beginning and the end. You have manipulated millions into believing that perception of you through in your voice.
All right.
Yet, behind closed doors took hours, stripping the one thing we were sure of right from beneath our feet. But today, I and so many of your victims take it back. We reclaim our names from beneath the shadows of your afflicted trauma. You brilliantly showcased it. You brilliantly showcased it down in life. Today, of all the days leading to this very moment, we have sought to be heard, acknowledged, and cared for in a way that only we could do for ourselves.
Yes.
We are no longer preyed upon individuals that we are no longer the preyed upon individuals that we once were.
Yes.
Today, we are individuals that have grown despite our afflicted trauma. We will never be able to live a life in complete unawareness or shock of danger of predatory people like yourself. But we will be able to live again because there is no way of falling back into your personal pit of trauma willingly.
Yes.
Today, I bring you to the awareness that your perceived ideation of being or only acting in this deplorable manner as your self-proclaimed alter ego, the Pied Piper of R&B, could not exist without the living and deliberate breath of Robert Sylvester Kelly.
Yes, get it out, girl. Get it out. Get it out.
I am Javante.
Put the purple hearts up.
I am Tiffany.
Put the hearts up.
I am Aaliyah Dana Hunton.
Put the dove in.
I am a complete representation of the group second chapter. I am a representation of every woman, boy, child, man that you have ever afflicted with your deplorable, inexplicable acts.
It's okay.
Put those doves in the chat.
Okay, I'll take over for you, Diva. I pray that God reaches. I pray that God reaches your soul and touch your heart, and that you'll find awareness in your own deplorable behavior. And with that, I leave with yourself, Robert Sylvester Kelly.
Fuck you, nigga.
Okay. Your Honor, the next witness is Addie.
All right.
Addie.
All right.
I am Jane Doe. Addie. Freedomly is not free. Freedom is not free. We have constantly been fighting for our basic human rights. Writing the impact statements were hard. I've written several drafts and several emotional triggers. This was extremely hard to do because of such a sensitive topic. I know there are fans of R. Kelly's that don't believe us. They support of the victims as well. I want to make a statement clear to the mass. Our society of the world, after experiencing and revealing my childhood trauma, I am finally at a place of gratitude. I am grateful for the jury, the judge, and all the ladies and gentlemen of the Justice Department. You are my guardian angels. I once lost hope in a justice system, but you restored my faith. I also wanted to give thanks to the express of my gratitude to my attorney, Leonard Wash. Yes, I also want to give thanks and gratitude to my attorney and great law. Without their grace, their guidance, I would be totally lost. I especially want to say a thank you to the other victims, witnesses for speaking out. I feel your pain. With the collective of the people, the justice was served, and I hope the world can make a stand against violent crimes and sexual abuse and continue to do so. I continue to battle. I never thought I would experience an individual actually caring about fighting to preserve and protect our rights. In 1994, it was different times. There was no real awareness, no real internet access, and definitely no social media. It was time when a generation was not expected to speak out, just like my mom's generation. Everything was about silence, regardless of how traumatic the experience. It was generally brushed under the rug. I am not my mom's generation. And I am not, I was doing, wait a minute, where did I go?
Right here,
I am not my mom. Yeah, I am not my mom's. I'm no longer in the midst. My mom supports me. Speaking out about my sexual assault is unacceptable. To live in silence is not what we should consider a social, norm. It is humane endurance for a form of domestic violence, sexual assault, sex trafficking, and any form of human trafficking. It's really modern day slavery right in plain sight. During my testimony, my mom was afraid that I would experience a reaction. What is that?
Retaliation.
Retaliation. The main reason I chose to stay anonymous to protect my family. I can only imagine the pain and the suffering that other moms, victims, had gone through. The shaming, the blaming. I want all the moms to know I understand and you are not blamed. The impact of social media bully has victims and their families. I ask the people to please stop. Imagine if it was your daughter, your son. Imagine going through life feeling guilt, despair, fear, having thoughts of suicide, feeling worthless and misunderstood. And imagine your young daughter or son experienced the trauma. How will you handle that? And I did not know that going through a concert in September of 1994 was going to change my life forever. I was just a young teenager girl, a huge fan of Aaliyah's, and I wanted to see her perform. That day, she did not perform.
Now remember, wait, pause for a second. Remember, Addie was the girl who met with Rkelly the day after he married Aaliyah, or was it 2 days after? Do you remember, Keep?
Oh yeah, that was her.
It was what was it? It was like 2 days or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because she was pregnant. She had a baby. I'm allegedly.
Are you talking about Aaliyah? Yeah.
Yeah.
So okay, so now you were here that day. She did not perform.
Okay, I never knew why she didn't perform that day until the day of my testimony. My sexual assault happened early, 28 years ago. I was a minor, 17 years old. I was afraid, naive, and didn't know how to handle the situation. I stepped forward as an adult because I wanted to stop the very cycle.
The vicious cycle.
The vicious cycle. Yeah, okay. I feel so different emotionally and guilt for not speaking out sooner. Being silent is just not right. Ooh, my glasses. Somebody want to take over?
I'll take over. Go ahead. You want to take over? Go ahead, Keep. Go ahead. You right here, Mama.
I see being silent, right?
Oh, David said he wants to take over. Come over here, David.
Okay.
Being silent is allowing sexual abuse to continue, and being silent changes nothing. Being silent leaves you empty. Like silence is a very lonely place where depression and thoughts of suicide consumes you. In order to set yourself free, you have to set your mind free. In a world where people get victimized every day, it only takes one voice to start the conversation. Oh, I'm just waiting for it to scroll up on my TV.
Yeah, baby.
Okay. Yeah, no, but you good right here on your screen. All right.
Okay.
Like every day, I suffer just like most of us do in our society. I suffer mostly from low self-esteem, nightmares, remorse, and shame. I suffer from within my heart with emotional breakdowns, thoughts of suicide, and self-sabotaging. I didn't have the confidence to speak out sooner. I was seriously suffering in silence and loss. I realized that it was important to impact the lives of other victims that would not get justice every day. Scroll down. Oh, I'm waiting for the wait. Okay. Y'all excuse me. I'm looking at the big screen. Hi. Leave me alone. There are countless victims that never experience or receive justice. I am not here to judge. I am not here for money. I am definitely not here for Hollywood. I am here for you. I am here to represent your story. I'm not here to represent your story that belongs to you. I am here to tell the truth. You do not need to be afraid. I was never in a relationship with Robert Kelly. I was never in a relationship with Robert Kelly. I was never in a relationship with Robert Kelly. I know y'all watching in the bushes. You see that shit, motherfuckers? During my testimony, it was my first time seeing Robert Kelly since my sexual assault many, many years ago. I am only seeking justice and want the world to know that every person matters. I get no restitution. I have no rights due to Florida law. I get no restitution. I have no rights due to Florida law. One day these laws will be reformed. I only have my concert program and my trauma from that event. With that, I can finally have closure as I stand here today speaking out and never feeling ashamed again. Due to the trauma of my sexual assault, I was too fearful to pursue my entertainment career after countless years of hard work. Every time there was an opportunity to move forward, my trauma held me back. I lived this way for many years. Although there was times I had good days, my fear stopped me from pursuing my dreams, ultimately not just affecting my life, but countless victims after me. Countless. I know y'all see that. I feel if I did not let fear consume me, other victims will not have suffered. This is what I have to endure. I only want Robert Kelly put in prison so he cannot cause any more pain and suffering to others. In 2019, after I thought I was healed and could move on, God made a statement. I can no longer live in fear. I had to make a stand. The last 4 years was a rude awakening of how my silence hurt others. I cannot sleep at night knowing this. I hope that Robert Kelly cannot sleep at night knowing this is what he has done. He is getting anxiety. He doesn't sleep much, as it has been reported.
Exactly.
I was on mute.
Now it's time to focus on my determination, my ambition, and dreams. It's time to heal again. I believe that we as human beings overall stand for good. I still believe in unconditional love. I am no longer a minor. I am a grown woman, stronger and ready to move forward. All in all, it's a shame that our world is not a perfect place, but it's good to know that out of darkness comes light. I don't have to live in fear anymore. I don't have to be silent. If it wasn't for jury hearing our stories, facts, and evidence, Robert Kelly will continue this horrific abuse. If it wasn't for the jury hearing our stories, facts, and evidence, Robert Kelly will continue this horrific abuse. I had to read that twice. Thank you for listening. Thank you for understanding. After decades, I never thought this day would come that victims of Robert Kelly will get closure. God bless you all. And I want to make this comment because you super fans want to talk about what's a fucking real victim.
Right.
Exactly.
You bitches got some fucking nerve.
For real. Because these are real victims.
Yep.
They were victims of R. Kelly's world.
If you know what, if you got the heart, you got to have some brass balls to do these transcript readings on your channels.
Right.
Disparaging these victim impact statements. And y'all call yourselves women and men of God. Fuck you.
Yeah, really.
That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I don't like people playing that I'm a child of God.
No. You're a child of God, but you're a demon spawn. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here.
Carrying the Bible in a fucking courtroom and reading the scripture wrong at that. These Bible thumpers, man, they are the these Bible thumpers are the devil.
I see that shit.
Okay, Your Honor, we'll next hear from Jane Doe number 9, who has requested that her attorney, Gloria Aldred, join her.
Okay, I'll be Jane Doe number 9. Jane Doe number 9. My name is Lizette Martinez. And at the age of 17, while walking in Aventura Mall in Miami, Florida, with other high school friends, I was approached by Robert Sylvester Kelly. During this time, all I dreamed of was becoming a singer. Singing was my life, and it's all I ever wanted to do. I was a happy 17-year-old with big dreams and an optimistic view of who I was and who I would become. At the age of 6, I was sexually abused by my family member. And by the age of 12, while babysitting, I was sexually abused by the parent of a child I was watching. By the time I was approached by Robert, I believed sexual abuse was part of my life. I didn't understand the trauma I had been exposed to. My home life was tough. We moved around a lot, and by the time I was a senior at North Miami Beach Senior High, I had already attended 4 different high schools. Despite the chaotic life my parents exposed me to, I managed to get decent grades. I was a cheerleader, on the debate team, part of the school chorus, drama club, and in an R&B group. I won a singing competition at a Florida radio station, which really gave me the feeling and drive to want to sing professionally. January of 1995, everything changed forever. I never imagined my life would turn into what it did, at the hands of a predator and his enablers. At first, Robert offered to mentor me and said he would help me. I believed him. I really wanted to make it, not only to live out my dreams, but also to help my struggling family. First, the abuse started with grooming me to believe that he was the only person that could really help me, and the only person that cared about my well-being. I had to listen to him, and he knew what was best. My family and friends are jealous of me. I had to do what he said or else. At the age of 17, 2 months after meeting Rob at the mall, I was taken to the studio, the Hit Factory in North Miami, to listen to a record, You Remind Me of Something, a song he had just finished recording. I was taken by his bodyguard, Big John. We then went to a house on Chase Avenue in Miami Beach, and there was a party going on. I remember there were many young girls like myself at the party. I felt uncomfortable and extremely out of place. I was handed an alcoholic drink and told to drink it. It was the first time I ever tasted alcohol. I was then taken to the room by Robert, and a few minutes later, sexually assaulted. After he was done, he got off me and left me there in shock, confused, and in tears. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what my life had just become. Life after that night quickly changed from being this bubbly teenager into a really depressed young girl who was being alienated from everyone and everything I loved, including friends and family. This is when a lifetime of depression and PTSD started for me. I stopped going to school. It, as he put it, if you want to make it, you've got to listen to me. The next months were much of the same. No music mentoring, just forced sex upon me in front of people at music studios, hotels, cars while friends or his entourage sat around in the back seat. Turning 18 now gave him the opportunity to have me travel to Chicago to be his sex slave, which lasted a few years. Not only was I sexually, physically, and mentally abused, I was infected with an incurable disease. I've lived with it for over 20 years. I don't know how to put a price on all I've gone through. If I could go back in time and never step into that mall, I would. Not a day goes by that I don't think about what happened to me. It doesn't go away. I just live with the trauma. In 2018, I decided to speak out about my experience because I was a mother by then, and hearing about other victims and their experiences, I no longer felt guilt and shame. I stopped blaming myself and started to understand that none of it was my fault. Robert destroyed my young adult life. He took away my innocence and set the tone for what would happen to me as an adult and the patterns that followed with being abused over and over by men. Today, I'm 45 and a mother, and I struggle with my health, my mental health, and just trying to move forward from all of this. Diagnosed with PTSD, depression, and anxiety is what I live with and have lived with. Robert, you destroyed so many people's lives, and being abused doesn't give you the right. It's not an excuse. I just want to see you sit with yourself, get help, and realize what you did. Thank you. The judge says, thank you very much.
Well, next here from Jane Doe number 2.
Jane Doe number 2, which we all know was Stephanie in the trial. It's been 23 years since we knew each other, and you have victimized a lot of girls since then. I feel like I should refresh your memory. It was 1999. I was a teenager, and you were a 31-year-old pedophile ready to ruin another young girl's life.
31 years old going after a teenager.
Okay?
I'll tell it. The teenager was the one that seduced this adult.
Right. During our time together, you degraded me. You humiliated me. You made me do things that broke my spirit. You were manipulative, abusive, and controlling. I literally wish that I would die because of how low you made me feel. As a teenager, I didn't know how to say no to Rkelly when he told me to perform oral sex on him after he had just played an hour of basketball and we were in a car full of his male 30-something-year-old friends. And your dick was stinking. Sweaty ass nasty balls. And I gotta go suck them?
Disgusting. You old groupies and sit up there lusting over that. You don't wash his ass.
He don't wash his ass.
Y'all listen over a grown ass man that is known to not wash his dirty, stinking ass. You know what?
Right after he comes over for a game. And then he goes, has sex, and then performs on stage, goes off of stage, has more sex, and then goes to sleep, wakes up, and who knows if he took a shower yet.
Wait a minute. This is a teenager. This is a teenager that went through that.
Right.
Belly sweaty, dick gross. You nasty motherfucker. And y'all bitches sitting up here lusting over that? You gotta tell me what's going on in your mentals to lust over a man that don't wash his fucking ass.
Word. Y'all nasty.
Lusting. Y'all some nasty. Now I'm skeptical like, oh.
That's
this
nasty.
Is a teenager.
She was a baby. She was a baby. She's still a child. She's still a child.
That don't even know nothing about life. Y'all got to sit your fat ass outside crying. My brother didn't do this stuff. Fuck you.
He sure did do all this stuff. He sure did.
Y'all lusting over this.
Let me
Old
continue.
bitches still lusting over Rkelly on the
For
next
real.
Jerry Springer. Get the fuck out of here. Let's go.
Yeah. I did as I was told when you told me to moan and do it louder while you forced your penis in and out of my mouth. Do you remember that?
Nasty, a nasty motherfucker.
Bastard.
And y'all listen to this nigga's music?
Right.
Oh.
Right. Then she says,
I don't give a fuck how that good that music is. Y'all listen to a nigga that did this? Oh, you know,
they love him, baby. They love him. He's a good man. He's a man, a God-fearing man. Oh. So she says, do you remember that? Before I met you, my self-esteem was already delicate. But after you, my self-esteem was completely disseminated. I was just a teenager who felt special because someone who was special to the world was interested in me. At my age, now I look back and I know that I was just a child. I was somebody's child, and you couldn't have cared less about destroying me and my future. You couldn't have cared less about paralyzing me with fear that one day a video of me having sex with you would see the light of day. I spent my entire 20s and 30s avoiding any mention of your name or any songs of yours. I always wondered why no one was doing anything to stop you and why I was having to hear your voice over the radio when millions of people saw you on a video, basically raping a 14-year-old girl. My heart breaks for that girl and her family. Anytime your name came up in the news, I would feel suffocated with fear that one day my family might see me at the absolute lowest point of my life. A time when I wanted to die because I was filled with so much shame and felt completely worthless. You stripped me of my dignity and self-respect. And she pauses. And she says, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt his conversation.
Oh, bitch ass nigga gonna sit there and talk to his lawyer while this was
He was talking to his lawyer. They're whispering to each other. She's rubbing on him. And it was so pathetic.
Oh, yeah, they staged that. I heard she was doing something like that on another channel. I don't know who said that, but yeah,
So fucking pathetic.
A pathetic piece of shit that don't wash his ass.
For real. And then she says, I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt his conversation. Anytime your name came up in the news, I would feel suffocated with fear that one day my family might see me at my absolute lowest point of my life. At a time I wanted to die because I was filled with so much shame and felt completely worthless. You stripped me of my dignity, of my self-respect. And because of you, I have a sexually transmitted disease that I will carry with me forever. Because of you, I had to wait in lines at free clinics trying to get medical attention for this disease because I had no money and no health care. And while I was in line trying to get medicine to get rid my body of your disease, you were out there destroying other girls with no remorse. No price is too high for someone else to pay for your happiness. When I decided to testify against you, the same suffocating fear I knew as a 17-year-old in your presence came rushing back to me. I knew testifying was something that I had to do, but I really didn't want to. I didn't want to discuss and relive the trauma again, so I blocked it out and didn't think about it until I was on the stand. Somehow, finally, when I testified against you, I wasn't afraid anymore. I no longer saw you as a special person with special talents. I saw you for the criminal that you are.
Yeah, fuck this music.
That's right. But after I left New York and went on with my life, I felt victimized all over again. All those memories came rushing back to me, and I found myself sobbing uncontrollably at random times in the day, having to be consoled by my husband and hide my tears from my kids. I felt victimized by you all over again. And I don't know if I'll ever be whole and healed after what you put me through. What you did has left a permanent stain on my life that I'll never be able to wash away. I'm sure you never think of that. You took pleasure in humiliating me. You enjoyed seeing me reach new lows at your command. You knew you were infecting me with a lifelong STD. You are an abuser. You are shameless. You are disgusting. And you are self-serving. You only had 8 months with me, and you completely broke me. I can't imagine how this was for girls who were with you for years. I feel sorry for you. Some horrible, horrible things must have happened to you to make you have such a sick and twisted mind. I hope you go to jail for the rest of your life, because I believe that if you were ever to be released, you would only continue your atrocious behavior. You've had decades of remorseless freedom in which you made the deliberate choice to continue sexually abusing hundreds of women, taking away their freedom and their ability to move through this world as strong, empowered, and unburdened human beings. Now, it's your turn to have your freedom taken from you, to experience what it feels like to be robbed of your freedom. And it still won't even be an ounce of the pain and suffering you brought upon all the victims who have suffered at your hands. But this is the best that any of us can hope for. I'd like to thank the court and Judge Donnelly for this opportunity to share my story and give my statement. Please let us see and finally feel some justice. The judge says, thank you very much. Ms. Geddes?
Yes, it says the next individual to speak will be Sonia.
Actually, we're going to move on to Kitty Jones. And the judge says, if you would like, you can remove your mask. You want to do Kitty?
Okay.
Yeah, I can do Kitty.
Go ahead, keep go.
Oh, okay. I gotta take a sip. Right.
Go ahead, mama. I'm gonna smoke in the background, so I'm going on mute.
Okay. In 2017, rumors had been circulating on blogs about my time with Rkelly. And I was then approached by Rolling Stone to share my story from 2011. From 2013, it was a dark story of abuse and sexual coercion. I no longer wanted to give Rkelly the luxury of my silence, so I decided to not be anonymous. I didn't know the impact my story would have at this time, but it opened the floodgates and empowered many others between 2018 and 2020 to start contacting authorities and media to finally tell their stories publicly. Oh, excuse me. In that article, I shared with the world what I encountered over a 2-year period living with Rkelly, which included humiliating sexual abuse, physical abuse, severe weight loss due to punishment of days going without food. Before I met Rkelly, I was a vibrant, happy, successful radio personality and well-known socialite. I was living the life of my dreams, and then I met him. And like many others, I fell for the person who shared his hurts and betrayals of his past. You know that's what batterers do. Upon hearing those things, I wanted to protect him and earn his trust, and I vowed to never speak of my time with him or tell his darkest secrets. Even the things he had done to me, I planned to take to my grave. See how you manipulated her, that state son of a bitch? After I left his home at the end of 2000,
And mind you, she was an adult.
yes. But look how he knows how to pick his prey, even with a grown woman. After I left his home at the end of 2013, I still had the mindset to never tell until one day, 3 years later, my worst fears came true. I got wind that he was doing to others what he had done to me. And I panicked at the thought of someone much younger than me having to experience those things and the emotional and mental impact it will have on them years later. So I had to speak up because my silence up until then, and others who never came, who never publicly came forward, allowed this man to feel invincible. Oh, sounds like this guy. He had a reason to feel invincible. He was still performing at sold-out concerts and Grammy parties, writing songs for the biggest names in music, being praised by his peers, performing on award shows to standing ovations, and radio stations, including the one I used to work at, supported his music. The Black community will crown him the king of R&B music anytime the topic came up, and they still do. Knowing his fan base were women who looked like many of his victims, he knew they, the public, would never believe myself or others if we came forward. While this empowered Rkelly, it made me feel powerless and silence. It became really dark, frightening, and lonely, living with those memories, secrets, and left with wondering, why me? It's been difficult to be in other relationships, and I have never gone back to being the social butterfly I once was. I've had therapy and counseling to cope my time living with them and learned how not to blame myself. But today doesn't feel dark. The secrets are out, and the pain of my past with Rkelly has become my power, and I feel heard and believed. Today, my hope, is that the amount of time being asked by the prosecutors is given, considering the long list of survivors and families that have been affected and lives that have been forever changed. Many of us have been waiting for this day to come. Thank you.
Okay, I had to unmute. All right.
Oh, okay. Ms. Getty, the next individual to speak, Charles, on behalf of Faith and Kelly.
Okay. All right. Faith says, good morning, everybody. I didn't really plan on saying anything today. I was going to let my dad speak, but just sitting down, I was overtaken with a lot of emotion, and I just want to get a few things off my chest as we close this. I'm closing this chapter in my life as well. I started at 19 telling my story, and it's been a long journey. My concern is not if you're sorry. I could see that you're not. I could see your enablers around. I could see their face, as well as your attorneys' faces, as the women, the victims, are speaking. I hope that you get some help, as well as ask God forgiveness. Ask God for forgiveness. As well as I've taken accountability for my mistakes and the times I should have said no. But I said yes. I have forgiven myself. I hope you forgive yourself. But with forgiving yourself, you have to take accountability. So I really hope that you've done that. And the people next to you, it isn't just about me. It's about the generations to come. I'm standing next to a man that I didn't know this till after I started speaking about my story. But my dad was molested as a child from the age of 5, and he never molested me or molested anybody else, caused harm to somebody. And I look back, and I was at that age, I was seeking love from a man 3 times my age, when there is a man that literally has given me life, that has gone through similar situations that I should have been seeking love from. So to my parents, I want to apologize to you guys for allowing myself to forget about the way that you all raised me. I'm not going to sit here and fold. I didn't want to cry, but I'm doing it. I forgive myself. It's easy to point the blame on parents, but I was one of those that my parents, they didn't give me away. I lied to them. I was chasing something deeper than myself that I wasn't ready for. I'm looking at somebody who has been molested, abused, gone through trauma, similar trauma that Robert has, and my dad is an outstanding man who through this time has shown me nothing but compassion and forgiveness that I didn't even want to show for myself. And to those who judge, who make faces, who keep looking back, I hope that you never have daughters, cousins, grandchildren that have to look at their abusers in the face and be chastised by people.
You talking about 2 bitches that was in that fucking court?
Yeah.
Faces.
Yeah, they was making faces.
What she talking about?
Yep.
Dirty ass bitches. But you a
Yep.
child of God. Oh,
Yep.
you a child of God, huh?
Yep.
Bible, you a child of God making faces when the victim is talking.
Right. Yeah, that was the judge. The when Rkelly and his lawyer, they were talking shit, and then I'm pretty sure the people that were in the courtroom with them, you know, whoever was able to get in was making little faces and doing stupid shit. Of course.
Them motherfuckers will stick they self.
Real. She got up and she went
disgusting.
Faith got up and got gangster with it. She came out straight out. She wasn't gonna say nothing, but she's like, fuck that bitches and all this bullshit. And fuck Rkelly. I gotta say something. Fuck that shit. So she decided to say what she had to say. And she continued to say, it has been a brutally long process. And there are times where I didn't know how I was gonna make it, or how I could even face another day. But thanks to Gloria, Lee, Merrick, my parents, and the ladies who have been on this journey as well, I thank you guys. And I'm so proud of y'all. And everybody has their day, as well as he has this day, and he has to face what we have to say. Every day since this has started, we have heard from your supporters, from the people who harass us, harass our family. So I hope this very short day of hearing what we have to say sticks with you. Thank you to the attorneys, to the prosecutors who have worked with us, even when we wanted to give up. Days I didn't even want to talk about it. You guys, y'all kept us going a lot. And I don't think you guys realize how important it is that we made it here because we felt like nobody cared.
Yes.
It's been long journey. So I just want to wish everybody healing from the situation on both parties. I hope if your daughters to his lawyers that y'all can explain how could you represent and be on somebody's side that abused so many women.
And you a woman.
Right.
You can tell Faith from Texas the way she talked, like me.
And she said, and I'll leave that to you guys. And then the judge says, thank you. And then now comes Charles, Faith's father.
Good morning, everybody. I think Faith said she wasn't going to say anything and was just going to talk. I just like to I didn't come to bash Rkelly. I think he is he's in a very serious situation. But I do want to ask you, Mr. Kelly, to look at me from my man to man, father to father. You have a daughter, and you just think that what I might be feeling, put yourself in my shoes. I've certainly put myself in your shoes. I'll be mention that in a minute. However, I remember watching you so many times in different videos while all of this was going on, and you didn't seem to be remorseful. You didn't seem to admit anything that made me feel some kind of way that a father whose daughter has been victimized. And I'm sure you know about that because in the Gayle King interview, you mentioned when you asked, what would you do if this was with your daughter? And your response, I would know you what? What? I would.
It says, and your response was?
Oh, okay. And your response was, I would, you know what? I felt all of that times as a man, as a father. However, I put myself in your shoes too. And it isn't easy to hate.
It's so easy to hate.
Yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just getting sleepy.
It's okay, baby.
Yeah, I took some pain medicine. I felt all of the times a man, as a father. However, I put myself in your shoes too. And it is so easy to hate. It's so easy to hate, but I refuse to hate. I don't wish bad on any person. We all failed ourselves. We failed God at times, and certainly I have failed.
Boom, boom, boom. That's a pastor talking.
Yes, that's him. Yes, it is.
Yep.
God bless him. Oh, matter of fact, before you continue to read, give me 1 second because he sent me a message. Hold on.
Who's the he? Oh. That's a God-fearing person. Because even he admit with all this, we all failed God.
Right. Now,
see, this is people that takes spirituality. I ain't talking about religion. Spirituality, because that came from the heart.
That sure did.
See, when
you should have seen the way he was. His demeanor in that courtroom, he was being real with him, very genuine with Rkelly. He really was. He really, truly was.
Bible. He ain't need no fucking Bible. How about
that? He didn't need no Bible. Nope, he didn't need no Bible. All right, so let me let you guys know. He did send a message to us. Okay, he sent it to me, but he sent it to us. Okay.
Okay.
He said, I want to thank you for all your support for Faith and all the victims throughout this whole ordeal. You've been a voice for myself and the victims. You've addressed the victims' shamers and said things to them that I couldn't say. But Wished I could. I appreciate you immensely and pray God's blessing on you. I'm crying again. I cried the first time I read it.
Don't cry. I understand.
These are tears of happiness, you know?
Amen.
Because it shows me that the work that I'm doing here is reaching and it is appreciated. I'm just giving information and I'm standing with the girls, and that's all we can do. We are not like these crazy fans. You understand? That's what they needed to do. Just talk about Rkelly and show him support. But instead, they chose to get involved and mess things up more for him. So I say to myself, where is the real love? Where is the real love?
They didn't have love for Rkelly. They just wanted to be in the lamp. They just wanted to be in the public eye.
That's it. That's all it is. Let me continue. So then he says, so then he says, I appreciate you immensely and pray God's blessing on you. Again, thank you so much, because with all the hate we get, it's people like yourself that keep us inspired and encouraged. I did see you were there and wish I'd gotten a chance to hug you and thank you personally, but there was a heckler attacking Faith, that fat fucking bitch.
I got the video of it too.
That fat motherfucker. That's why me and Blade went off. We went off because it started with Javante and the prosecutor's reading from the crowd. So the motherfucker's walking around. He's walking around and he's saying stupid shit like, oh, the fucking racketeering charge. This is fucking stupid. I can't fucking believe this. What fucking sex trafficking? He wasn't sex trafficking nobody. He wasn't doing none of that shit. These fucking hoes is lying. They lying.
There were plants. They were somebody hit it on the mark yesterday. They was brought by him.
Saying so much shit, yo. That shit was pissing me off.
It's okay, sis. So then, we got you.
So then all of a sudden he's saying whatever, and they went in on him. I was in the middle of dealing with Kitty Jones. All of a sudden I hear Faith and Blade's mouth going over there. I went over to them. Now we're separating them. Me and Blade are arguing. I started arguing with that bitch Alexis. Blade was handling the fat boy. The fucking FBI took Faith away with her family. Like, yo, that shit was crazy for a quick hot minute. I thought we were about to scrap.
I know, you was getting ready too.
I was ready.
Diva, I wasn't your child. I was like, oh, Diva, go home, go home. I want nothing to happen to y'all. Go home. Please. But listen, we all glad that you and Blade, y'all stood tall. And that just coming from 3 years of following this case with anger. Then you face to face with people that still keep continuing to talk so much shit.
Yeah.
Shit.
I hope the FBI start going after those bloggers that harass the families.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're watching them. Trust me, they are. So he continues to say to me, he said, but there was a heckler attacking Faith, and I was preoccupied trying to protect her. God bless you forever. Mm-hmm. And I said, I know, Pops, you are so welcome. I thank you for sharing this with me. It encourages me to do more and know that everything I do is worth it. I can reach one victim. It's all worth it. It's all worth the fight. I send you many blessings and prayers for you and your family. Tell the ladies I love them. And he said, yes, most definitely. We are considering doing some sit downs with all of you that we have that have supported us and the victims. We would definitely be willing to be on your platform if we are allowed to talk now. I'm not sure because there are still some pending cases concerning some threats that were made against Faith. But certainly it would be our way to say thanks for all you do and for the victims.
Mm.
So, so one day I will have them. I want to have a get together. I want everyone to come as one big family, and we can all talk about it at the end when this is all said and done. I want to have Liz. I want to have Joe. I want to have Geronda. I want Larry. I want us all to be together somehow. Like, I'm pretty sure there could be a way where, you know, because the Rogers would be together on one set. The Savages could be together on one, you know, page. You know what I mean? And I think it would be really nice because I can have up to 10 people on my panel.
That'd be good.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Only $5.99 to jump in.
Right. You're such an asshole. So I think, you know, that would be really, really great. So hopefully when this is all said and done, you know, because the girls will be able to talk. It's finally said and done. All the court proceedings are done. They can sit and talk. You know what I mean? That's why, you know, JoJo wants to come up here real bad and talk. She really wants to really talk, but she can't.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Lizette feels the same way. You know, they want to really talk about things and get things out in a way that they weren't able to do before. Mm-hmm. You know, I would love it if Dominique would come and talk. I mean, you know, that girl, she went through the most out of all the girls.
Yeah, because he tried to turn her into a boy.
But she was there the longest.
Mm-hmm.
She was there the longest. Rashonda was there the longest. If those girls could come to me, that would be a blessing, because I really, really, really empathize with them. Mm-hmm. I really, truly do. And the conversation, it would be real. And it would be, I think, true to people who have suffered with abuse. And I think that I would have them open up, you know, just because I can empathize with them, because I was in these positions. Okay, I was with someone for 10 years who did that to me, and we were together, and he was abusing me. You know, there's this thing called intimate partner violence. IPV. Okay, you could be married or not married, it doesn't matter. There's violence, and we as women stand by our man, because it's the right thing to do, because we love them. Even though they hurt us, we still love them. Mm-hmm. It's hard when your heart is in it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
The love bombing is some shit. And then when the guy got a good bing bing attached to all of that, it's all right. Because the two things together will outweigh all the bad shit he do.
That's right. Right.
It's real.
Diva.
And these not the victims, these supporters are always saying that they don't know how the victims could stay so long. That's why. You can't just let shit go sometimes, especially when your heart is really in it.
Diva, I can recall when I sent you a message when they talked about your daughter. Remember I said on Friday, let's see if they're going to be doing all that laughing yesterday?
Oh, girl. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Where
you
was
did.
the look at her daughter.
Yeah.
What happened yesterday? Y'all wasn't laughing yesterday. Don't stop
Nope.
crying. Don't do private lives.
She got real fucking quiet.
Don't get quiet now.
Sylvia.
Oh.
Wow.
Is that the one? Is that the one Larry called Earl Jones?
Sorry, guys. I had to help my husband real quick.
Did all that laughing. I said in your chat, hey, don't even worry about it, y'all. Don't even respond to it. Let's see if they're going to be laughing Wednesday.
Right.
What happened Wednesday? Laugh now. And what's happening now?
They were crying later.
Laugh now, crying later. Okay? You laughed last week because you think that shit was cute. You think that was how on your spiritual channel?
Right.
You know, okay, y'all want me to get back to reading?
Yeah, let's get back. So you were at mommy, line number 3.
Okay. So I want to offer you some hope today. And I want to let you know that this family, we're not choosing to hate, yet we're suffering. And we're suffering because many people love you. They hate us. They love your music. They hate us. They talk about our daughter. They threatened us. They say awful things about us because they love you and your music. But yet, I put myself in your shoes because I realize there are people that love you. And I know that you have family and you have brothers, you have uncles, you have friends, and you have cousins. They don't just love you for your music. I'm sure they love you for who you are. And for that, their sake, I hope things work out for you. It's not for me to demean the time you should. Let me see. But if I was you, I would want to and say this before. I want forgiveness. And I'm really that what I wish the courts have mercy.
No, you were right here, mommy. You lost your place right here, baby. I would want mercy.
Oh yeah, okay. I'm telling you, I'm getting sleepy now. I would want mercy.
I don't blame you.
I want compassion, and I want in a really that reality. Reality that I'm getting sleepy. Shit, I don't have. I've been up.
Go ahead.
I've been up since 4:30 a.m.
Girl, you need to get some sleep. ¿Qué tú estás diciendo? You're tired.
Okay, I'm gonna listen. Okay.
All right, baby. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Keith.
Okay. I will want mercy. I will want compassion. And in the reality, that's what I wish for you. I wish the court to have mercy on you and compassion. That is how a Christian talks. Just to let y'all know. I don't wish bad upon any man. I don't wish a life sentence on you. Because life is short as it is. And I believe that everybody deserves another chance. And everybody can fix their wrongs. And they can work together for their good if they learn from it. But before you can learn from something, you have to admit that you have done something.
That's right.
Before you can learn from something, you have to admit that you've done something.
Okay? Preach, Papa, preach.
As I get ready to sit down. I forgot he was kind of stuttering probably.
Yeah, he was very emotional, mommy.
All right. I was thinking about this wonderful God that we serve, that loves you, that loves everybody in this room, and I have no doubt that he will forgive you. Hallelujah.
Yes.
But the only way he could forgive you, you had to confess that you did something. You had to admit that you did something with your bitch ass woman. So it's left up to
Damn.
you.
And those were the words by Keep.
Oh, yeah, it's how the transcript, yo. So I ad-lib a little bit. Okay. There was a thief on the cross that was condemned to die. Bet y'all know this story. Haha, you bitches. And he had been a thief all his life. And he was losing his life.
Talking about
God.
God.
At his death, he gained eternal life.
Yes, he did.
He gained eternal life because he admitted that he was a thief.
Yes, he did.
He admitted that he had done wrong. He had never served God. But God forgave him because he admitted it.
That's right. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm offering you that hope today that you will come to the reality that you've done something wrong to all of these victims. And it's on tape, nigga. You fucking did it.
My mother said they should castrate that nigga in jail.
And put his dick in his mouth.
Okay.
Let him suck on his own dick.
Okay.
Certainly, this multitude of women are not all lying.
Amen.
And so I wish you well.
Peace.
I wish bad upon you. I know there's people love you and care about you. And you can learn from this. And you can recover from this. Because there is a God that loves and there is a God that forgives. And family and we choose to walk in love, walk in forgiveness, even though my daughter's been victimized. God bless you. Now,
amen, Papa. Amen.
Put the word on somebody. You don't go and just pick some random scripture.
And the judge said, thank you so much.
I'm not even talking to just one person. I'm talking
the next one, I believe, final individual to speak is Sonia.
Okay, Sonia. You want to be Sonia or should I do Sonia?
I do Sonia.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Judge. I actually wasn't going to speak today because I emailed my statement. However, I just want to make sure that it's part of the record that, for almost 2 decades, I have lived in fear. I've tried to raise a young girl the right way, but at the same time, I have that happened to me. Almost 20 years ago that I was living with, and to know that I was dealing with that and trying to raise her in a good home to where she wouldn't go out and, trust somebody and be so naive. It was really hard. It was extremely hard. There was times we had our own place, but I would pick up and leave, pack a bag and go to my grandmother's. And I did that because I was threatened. I was watched by his entourage. Yet this motherfucker ain't do shit, right?
Right. Like he had people spying on Lizette while she was at the beach.
Just like he had at the courthouse yesterday. So I was followed. There was numerous times that I was scared for my life. I was scared for my daughter's life. You bitch ass niggas didn't even have enough consideration that she has a child.
Right.
Fucking oof. I wouldn't let her come home for, a certain amount of time because I was scared. He was going to have somebody that was going to come and do something to me because of my platform that I had. And, I was afraid that he thought I was going to use it. So I just want to say one thing that I hope and I pray to God that we can all heal. I have had almost 20 years where I haven't been able to speak to anybody about it. And it has been extremely hard. But I hope and I pray to God that we all heal, including Mr. Kelly. And that's really all that I want to say. I emailed you my statement. I don't want to read from today, but I thank you. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else?
Hold on. All right, there you go. Sorry. You said, is there anyone else?
Oh, I said, no, Your Honor. I don't believe that there's anyone else who wishes to speak.
All right. Well, first of all, let me thank each witness who made a statement here today. I think given the time that this is a good time to break for lunch. So we'll resume. Just hold on 1 second.
Lunch break.
All right. We'll resume at 2:15. Okay. The deputy says, all rise. The judge says, good afternoon, everyone. You can have a seat. The judge says, all right, as I said before, it's fine to remove your mask when you're speaking. At this point, I have reviewed the sentencing submissions from both sides, but I'm prepared to hear from you in the following order. First, from Miss Bonjean, then the government, and then if Mr. Kelly has anything to say, I'll hear from him as well. Miss Bonjean, I'll also tell you if you'd rather sit. I think sometimes it's easier to use the microphone, so that's perfectly fine. Miss Bonjean says, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Kelly stands before this court convicted of numerous serious offenses and a guidelines range of life imprisonment. And while today is a day for his accusers to share their stories, it is also a day about Mr. Kelly, who is, in fact, a human being, and a day where this court must consider all the 3553 factors in fashioning an appropriate sentence for him, not based on inflamed emotions or impassioned feelings or vengeance, but to impose a sentence that is not greater than necessary to comply with the purposes of sentencing. Defendant has had horrific labels slapped on him, and we understand that some people believe that those labels are well deserved.
Right, yeah, they are.
Yeah, very deserving. But he is not obligated to own those labels or to confess. Of course, his bitch ass is not. Which is not to say that Mr. Kelly does not have regret or that he does not feel anything or refuses to take responsibility for conduct. Yeah, we can see that with him having his head down. Don't want to look at him.
No.
But he said that sit down. Out of here.
Keep.
Oh, sorry. I will remind the court that Mr. Kelly does have pending charges in at least 2 different jurisdictions as we see here today. But to be clear, Mr. Kelly and his defense team respect this process and understand the process. But there seems to be a sentiment that Mr. Kelly should not even be afforded the basic safeguards our Constitution provides to him.
Oh, Lord, I died when she said that. Go ahead.
Girl, bye.
That's what I was saying.
Enablers. Yes, they are. They are his lawyers who have a duty and obligation to represent him. As a matter of both ethics and the Constitution, our duties lie with our clients.
Now, can I say something real quick, Keep? She was pointing this at Faith Rogers.
Oh.
Because the way Faith Rogers was talking, she was directing her talk to the lawyers, saying, "Yous don't respect, yous are enabling him. I wish you had daughters." Da 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 da. Remember when she was saying that?
Yes.
She was talking to the lawyer. So the lawyer is responding to her comment.
Oh, I'm reading this next thing. Oh, this little arrogant little.
Yes, she did. Go ahead, mommy. She was real arrogant. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Hey, look at this arrogant weasel.
This is where she started. His lawyers are not enablers, because that's what she was saying, Faith, that the lawyers were enablers. Go ahead.
Look what she said. And if it makes any of the speakers feel any better today, my staff, my family, my children are threatened fairly regularly and harassed by Rkelly supporters. There are strong emotions on both sides. This is not a one-sided affair. Of course, it's going to be emotions. What a lawyer. Well, no, she's acting like a defense attorney. So let me just.
I can't wait till till the judge says something. Go ahead.
But Mr. Kelly is entitled to a devoted defense team, which we are unapologetically. Who gives a fuck? He is also permitted to maintain his innocence and disagree with some of the characterizations that have been made of him. But you couldn't put him in the case. Mob justice is very bold today, popular in social media, even mainstream media. Oh,
mob justice, y'all. We mob justice. Then the judge says, Miss Bonjean, I'm going to ask you to address me and not the audience, if you could. Thank you so much.
You sat there to hug the fucking supporters that was harassing victims. The one that gave you $4,000.
Right. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Then Miss Bonjean says,
there is sentiment that there are only good people and bad people, black and white, winners and losers. But Your Honor knows that attitude is not for the courtroom. The courtroom is tasked with something far more complicated.
I can't even believe she said that about Faith. Girl! Say it again, Keith.
Who the fuck is she to tell somebody how to feel?
Okay? This bitch was, I swear to God, I wanted to slap her.
The statute directs this court to impose a sentence sufficient, but not greater than necessary, to comply with the purposes of sentencing. The government seeks a sentence greater than 25 years in prison. This is tantamount to a life sentence. Yeah. The government sentence based on what it considers to be a lifetime of bad behavior towards women. But this court must distinguish between what is boorish and bad behavior and what is criminal conduct.
I cannot with her. Go ahead.
The lines have been terribly blurred at times.
Mm-hmm.
Your glasses.
Right, bitch. Right.
Just waiting for it to scroll up on my TV screen.
Yeah.
There may be conduct that this court and individuals on both sides of the aisle or in public feel is contemptible, but it doesn't necessarily make it criminal. What? We have heard testimony or statements from some women today who did not testify at trial. Their statements have not been tested by adversarial process. And we have heard many stories on what individuals that have testified here today deemed to be that defendant is a bad person.
He is.
But courts do not try people's character, nor do they sentence people for bad character. Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Now, contrary to the government's argument, the defendant does appreciate that he's convicted. Huh? Now, contrary to the government's argument, the defendant does appreciate that he's convicted of a serious offenses.
Yes, she did.
Okay. Whew.
Yes, she did say that. She really said that. Me and Blaine looked at each other like, what? Did she just say that?
Okay, I had to read it again. I was like, maybe I'm missing a word or something.
No, honey. She did say that, baby. You read it right. He didn't make a mistake. He was right.
Okay. He is facing those consequences. But again, he is not obligated to accept the government's narrative hook, line, and sinker. And he's not. But there was evidence. But okay. Now, one of the factors that this court must look at is the nature and circumstances of the offense for which Mr. Kelly has been convicted. It is true that this court denied Mr. Kelly's post-trial motions, and we will have our day to argue the sufficiency of the evidence before the Court of Appeals.
Right.
Day is not that day, But even taking the government's evidence in the best light with all reasonable inference resolved in the government's favor, the offenses for which the defendant has been convicted do not rise to the level of seriousness that justify essentially a life sentence for him. Yes, they did, but we already know what was the end result with that. There are mitigating aspects to those offenses that this court should consider. Defendant has laid them out in her sentencing memorandum, and I would like to point out a few mitigating circumstances of these offenses, which is not to say that we don't recognize that they are serious. Oh boy. Defendant was convicted of a racketeering act related to 4 separate women. Stephanie, who we heard from here today, 17 years old. Gerarda, 16 years old. Jane, who was 17, 18 years old and older. And then Faith, who was 19 years old. The sexual exploitation offense for which Mr. Kelly was convicted as it relates to Stephanie stemmed from an occurrence in 1999. It's her claim when she was 17 years old, he recorded a consensual...
Yeah, you read it right.
Just take a deep breath.
Right.
A consensual sexual encounter with her. Stephanie was consenting legal age in the state of Illinois. Now, just to rewind, he was 31 when he met Stephanie, right?
Right. Something like that.
And ain't the consenting age is the 17-year-old had to have somebody with the 3 years age range.
Right. It's 5 years.
5 years.
Mm-hmm.
So 5 plus 17 carry the 1. We got. Okay, so the person
She was what?
22 years old, and so they be at.
So if he was 5 years older, he would be able to be 24, right? Or 25.
22.
22, 23.
5 from 17.
No, wait. 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24.
Well,
He can't be no more than 24 years older than her, and I believe it was 34.
Oh, okay. Now, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah. So, okay. So let's just big on that. But then we go back to it. Stephanie was consenting legal age in the state of Illinois, and the crime for which he's been convicted was the fact that it was videotaped. Again, not to suggest that is not an offense that carries significant punishment, but this is not a crime that involved an act of child sexual abuse or an act of coercion or an act of violence or a particularly young child. She was a fucking young child.
She was a young child. Even though she was 19, she was still a child, and he was in his 30s. It doesn't matter. He was recording it without her permission. That's the point.
That's the point, exactly. Continuing of child pornography offenses, these have mitigating factors. Again, he stands convicted of a very serious offense. The guidelines range reflect that. But I think there needs to be perspective and reasonableness when considering each offenses separately. In connection with Gervonta, I will point out that, and the court is well aware, that we do take issues with the forced labor conviction. Although there was testimony for Gervonta about a physical assault and then followed by an act. I got to change the device in a minute. I'll let y'all know.
Okay.
Although there was testimony from Gervonta about a physical assault and then followed by an act of sexual act, it's our position that even the context of forced labor, this simply doesn't rise to a particularly aggravating event of forced labor. Again, it's a serious offense. He faces the consequences for it, but the conduct itself cannot be squared with the paradigmatic forced labor cases that we typically see. We obviously disagree about whether the evidence was sufficient to establish that offense, but even assuming it was, our position is that the offense itself cannot be deemed particularly aggravating in the context of the facts. Looking at the offenses, the Mann Act violation offenses in connection with Jane. First, there's the early 2015 event when Jane rarely admits that she lied to Mr. Kelly about her age. Our position, of course, is that he did not include her to travel with them to California. And no, did not induce her to travel with them to California. In fact, quite the opposite. She was with the assistance of her parents and very eager to travel with them, and he did not know that she was underage. Again, this is a specific Mann Act violation. And again, I will remind the court that even by Jane's own testimony, the police arrived at that hotel. They carded her. Mr. Kelly was none the wiser. So when the defendant or when the government argues that the defendant was on notice of her age, it is simply not the case that he was on notice of her age. But she told them her real age, and then
he took her back, so it doesn't matter.
He told them, okay, so she just admitted. Let's remind ourselves.
Right.
It said just now that she lied about her age.
Right.
Which means she put him on notice. That's what she said. Rewind that back. Oh, scroll back up. Scroll back up. Here. Oh, scroll back up. Scroll back up. Scroll back up. Oh, that was my screen. Okay. And again, I will remind the court that even by Jane's own testimony, the police arrived at the hotel room. They carded her. Mr. Kelly was none the wiser. So when the defendant, okay, let me skip that because I already read that. We could take issue with the fact that she was younger than him. But at the end of the day, he believed, and the government concedes, that he did not know and was not apprised of the fact that she was underage. When she traveled to Florida with them, or wait a minute, hold on. Oh, okay. When she traveled, okay, you can scroll down. Didn't I read this already? I was trying to get to the part where.
No, you didn't.
Scroll down a little bit. I want to take it back up to the top just a little bit. Just a minute, just a little bit.
It was right here. Is this what you were talking about right here?
No, a little bit up further. When it says she lied about her age.
Right here.
Okay,
looking at the offense is Mann Act violation. First, there is clearly the event.
Okay. So now I see. Okay, she was with the assistant again, but she rarely admits that she lied to Mr. Kelly about her age.
Exactly.
Which means she told her real age.
After the point, right. So go ahead, mommy. This is where you were.
All that nonsense. The parents enticed him. She told him he was aware.
At first, he wasn't until Cheryl Mack had to find out her age to make travel arrangements. So he had to know her age, whether she told him or not. Cheryl Mack
fucking freak.
Arrangements, and so did Diana Copeland. They made flight arrangements for her, so he had to know her age. Go ahead, keep reading. We can take issue.
We could take issue with the fact that she was younger than him. But at the end of the day, he believed, and the government concedes that he did not know and was not apprised of the fact that she was under 18 years of age. And as we just proven, yes, she did. She admitted it on the stand. She said that he slapped her. The same shit that you motherfuckers was sitting up there laughing about, and said that, oh, if I was in his shoes, I would slap her too. You cheese face bitch, you said that.
So you're at when she traveled to Florida with him.
Or from Florida to California with them, she did so not by any inducements or any coercion or any type of manipulation. Frankly, we had the real-time text messages with her mother, in which she is there willingly and encouraged. And did you get these text messages from that motherfucker? That tells you right there he knew her real age.
She got them text messages from the daughter's phone. Go ahead.
Yeah.
They got those text messages from Azriel's phone.
Again.
Oh, wow.
He's been convicted. Yeah, from Azriel's phone. Again. He's been convicted of this offense. And we will argue our sufficiency of the evidence claims at a later point. But in the context of this offense, this is not an egregious Mann Act violation. Yes, the fuck it is.
Yes, it is.
This is not forced prostitution of Jane. When you have sex with others against her will.
And then paying her for her services, you fucking dick.
That's prostitution, you asshole.
Hello.
This is a unique set of circumstances, and this court should take into account the nature and circumstances of this particular offense when considering all of the conduct for which Mr. Kelly faces sentencing here today.
I can't with her.
The same can be said of the Mann Act violation that relates to the trip to California in 2015. Later in 2015, Jane was at that point a month and two shy of her 18th birthday. Well. How do they even know that? By her own testimony, she was living with the defendant in what was a consensual relationship in the state of Illinois.
Remember, that was after the fact of that was with the permission slip.
Oh yeah, I know. And again, we can all take issue with the age difference. But at the end of the day, this was not an illegal relationship in the state of Illinois. But for traveling to California, but for filming the activities, this would have been legally a legal relationship and a consensual one. In fact, I don't think Jane herself testified that there was anything not consensual about her relationship with Mr. Kelly at that juncture. Certainly later on, she testified that the relationship had abusive qualities to it. You fucking. But specifically as to those bad act violations, I don't think her testimony suggested as much. No,
I can't even believe she even said certainly later on she testifies that the relationship had abusive qualities to it.
She seemed to skip over the fact that Jane did not want to have sex with nephew.
Hello.
He brought nephew in, and it's on video on the iPad.
She's saying that all that happened when she was an adult, though.
But wouldn't those tapes be stamp dated?
Yes, that's why they're saying it happened when she was an adult. She was 18 when those videos happened.
That's sex trafficking. Sex trafficking, whether it's a minor or whether it's an adult, that is sex trafficking. When you bring somebody and have them both have sex with each other against their will while you record on an iPad and you jerk it off, and the jurors heard your little monkey ass fucking state voice directing them what to do on that video.
Right.
And y'all got the fucking nerve.
We are line 17, mama.
Y'all got the motherfucking nerve. And I want to point out as it relates to Faith, this motherfucking bitch, she just won't get off of Faith. Again, the court is aware of our position on the sufficiency of the evidence to those Mann Act violations and to the sufficiency of the evidence on a forced labor offense. Taking into account, it's our position that these offenses are isolated. They were not particularly aggravated in the sense of there was no minor involved. Yes, the fuck it was, you monkeys. There was.
Well, when it comes to Faith, there was no minor involved. Remember, because she's talking about Faith.
Yeah. There was a connection with the Mann Act violation with the trip to New York. I think that's in connection with Racketeering Acts 12 and 14. Faith's testimony reflects that the defendant invited her to New York for his performances and she accepted. And this Mann Act violation is predicated on her claim the defendant exposed her to herpes, which he did. And Faith's testimony, of course, is that she didn't actually contract genital herpes. But understand that, this doesn't go, at least from the court's perspective, to whether or not the evidence was sufficient to sustain the charges, but it's relevant to determine the seriousness of the offense. And I'll point out that Faith herself has not used the word victim. Or here we go with this bullshit. She has not called herself a victim, and she has denied that she was a victim. She has indicated that she made a choice. She regrets that choice, understandably, but that she herself does not see herself in that light, or at least she didn't when she testified on cross-examination at trial. If everybody remember that interview, she said she's not a victim. She's a survivor.
Did. Yes, she did.
She knows exactly what she says. But so she should let the person who gave her a lifelong disease just not be held accountable.
Right.
But didn't she have him in a lawsuit and she won?
Yeah.
It's amazing how, but this is what Bonjean has to do. She has to protect her client at the end of the day. That's her job.
Yes. She's a defense attorney.
Right.
So let me just to the side. I gotta remember that.
But her plan isn't working too well. Love you.
Exactly.
Her plan isn't working too well. My husband just left, guys. Sorry.
I know you gave him that night sugar.
Yes, girl. Yes.
Kisses. Okay.
Them kisses be juicy, girl. He got them bumpy lips. He got them bembe. He got them real lips.
I ain't gonna even get into it. We reading about a sex tape.
Go ahead, Keep. Let's finish this shit, yo. We on page 71. We got 104 pages, so we got like 30-something more to go, y'all.
Oh, shit.
Come on.
The government seeks to see defendant sentenced to what really amount to a life sentence. African-American men with diabetes, as Mr. Kelly had, do not live far into their 80s in prison.
I'm going to go on mute, guys. I'm sorry that my son's in the background. Go ahead. Keep dropped. All right. So she said her phone was dying. All right. So I'll continue reading. Hold on. All right. So, the government seeks to see defendant sentenced to what? There she goes. Hold on. I got you, Keep. You had to change.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, baby. You had to change devices. We can hear you.
Yeah, because the thing just went out on me.
Okay, I figured that because you did say that you warned us before that you were dying. All right, so I'm going to go back to
African-American men with diabetes, as Mr. Kelly had, does not live far into their 80s in prison, but he was crying about having a Snickers bar. So we are talking about a life sentence for him. And it's our position that, again, the nature and circumstances of the offenses for which he does face severe penalties do not justify a de facto sentence of life. Yes, it does. The court is obligated to look at the history and characteristics of the defendant as well. I would not bellabord the point that defendant is widely accepted as a musical genius. No one cares. And that he has contributed to society in multiple ways in terms of his music, his generosity. Yeah, okay. As probation pointed out, he does have a history of being generous, says the man who
He didn't pay for his mama's headstone.
Child, please don't even get me started on how he treated his mama. He has made many contributions, paying on people not to go against his crimes.
Recovering them sex tapes.
Wait. He has supported his family in ways that are sometimes seemingly not justified, but you couldn't pay your daughter's college tuition.
That Andrea had to force that nigga to pay it.
But I do want to point out that Mr. Kelly, there are mitigating factors that relate to the fact that Mr. Kelly is a product of his childhood. His views, his attitudes towards sex was shaped by a long, significant history of sexual abuse that began when he was in grade school, in addition to a bevy of other childhood trauma.
But he kept abusing his cousins.
Yeah.
Probation posits that the child abuse is so long ago that it cannot be considered a strong mitigating factor. But that argument ignores the science about traumatic childhood. These events shape us. They change our brains. They make us who we are. Mr. Kelly, like others in his household, were victims of horrific protected childhood sexual abuse by a sister and a landlord. Now, traumatic childhood is an excuse for criminal behavior. We are not suggesting it is, but it does make certain conduct understandable. The science explains that abuse and witnessing violence creates stress that often derails the development of the human brain and a healthy brain. And it is true, as one of the speakers said here today, some people are very resilient to trauma and their own behavior is not impacted by it. These people are blessed, but the science tells us that not everyone is so resilient. And Mr. Kelly is perhaps not as resilient as others. Wow.
That bastard could have went and got the best of help. He could have got the best of help.
Yeah. Oh, y'all was crying about his childhood.
Right.
But he couldn't even take his money and get him a therapist. But was able to find a doctor to do libido shots. He was able to pay the doctor to get your herpes medication.
No, he wasn't paying the doctor.
Oh,
remember?
Nope, that was a friend. He would give him free concert tickets and stuff like that. That
And you
bastard don't like to pay
and you
nobody.
couldn't find a therapist to do that. That would be unethical. Moving on.
Yes, go ahead.
As the mitigation reports points out, and as our sentencing memorandum reflects, the defendant grew up in poverty. Okay. He was the product of a single mother who did eventually marry. He grew up in a highly chaotic home with domestic violence and substance abuse. He was surrounded by violence not only in his home, but in his community. He himself was shot. He witnessed the terrible drowning of a childhood sweetheart, which that story was not true, and that he was powerless to save. He had consistent issues with learning and literacy issues that extend today that brings him great pain and shame and bullying. She actually got some of this from his biography, his biography.
Oh, of course. No, actually, she got some of it from the mitigation report.
Yeah, but it seems like that mitigation report.
So he was the one who was telling the story. So that's what it was, Keep.
Oh, yeah, that's why it sounds so familiar. Just
Right,
like that
baby.
biography.
Remember that.
He ain't too damn illiterate. He can remember what lies to tell.
Right.
How coincidental, y'all. How coincidental.
And with a straight face, too, guys.
Now that is a fucking sociopath.
Wait till you see what Judge Ann has to say. Wait till I read Ann's part.
Oh, I can't. Oh, let me get to this.
Noni!
Hey.
What's up, Chula?
Hey, I messaged you and I guess you didn't
My phone's been charging, but my phone's been charging, and I did just grab it a little while ago to read Papa Roger's stuff. But I didn't get to look at messages. If you did, I'm sorry.
It's all good. I just want to help, you know.
She did. She said, "You never asked for help, bitch." Okay, I love you too, Nuni.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Keep. So
I want to speak on that Hollywood. Hold on, I want to speak on that, but let me finish because
what happened to Hollywood? What happened with Hollywood? What happened with
when
Hollywood?
they were saying that she was wearing those fake credentials around her neck, she ain't no damn journalist.
Yeah, and I called her Hollywood. I said, "Oh, what's up? What's up, Hollywood?" She said, "Oh, by the way, I heard you was talking about me on your live." I said, "No, I wasn't really talking about you. I was pointing you out and saying there you were." And she said,
look, and that's what I want to talk about. She stood in front of the real reporters and told them to shut the fuck up when they complained her fat ass was in the way of their shot.
No, she did
How
not.
unprofessional.
Wait a minute. What? No, did you see that Dennis Byron has shouted her out and called her out on some shit about her having fake credentials?
Yeah. So when we thought she was throwing shade at you, she was throwing shade at Dennis.
Oh, yeah.
But the thing is, you have no journalistic integrity because what you don't do as a professional journalist, we all know the sisters are fake. But you sit up there yelling over the reporters, they're not fake. And I said, okay, we understand that.
Right.
Then you coming around saying, I'm an R. Kelly supporter, you can get the real truth from me. Your show is biased reporting. Dog.
Yo, Keep, I ain't get to see her. I gotta go watch her.
You fucking dumbass. You see, everybody just looking at you like, okay.
I gotta watch her. Yo. Wait a minute. Yo, guys. Just for her. Ah, man, that was just for Hollywood.
Well, you ain't. Oh, I'm a R. Kelly supporter. I'm an R. Kelly supporter and everything. And then as Alexis is talking, you over talking Alexis. Like,
wait a minute. Look at what Troop said.
you must be very good. You must be. You fire up. Yes.
What you say?
She don't call the one burnt up dust bucket. Come on, y'all.
She says that.
Matisse, you don't do that when you a journalist. You don't do that. It don't matter how you feel. You don't do that. If y'all want the real truth about the case, you can get it from me. Shut the fuck up.
Truth, bring your
Why she didn't testify then?
Child, she fighting hard for the purpose, child.
Why wasn't she one of his character witnesses?
Truth.
Hollywood says she's Rkelly #1 fan. You ain't supposed to admit that shit when you. Why would you even say that?
Oh my God.
She was all in Bonjean face, and Bonjean was trying to ignore it. Well, you see how Bonjean was trying to get fast up out of there.
Too. So it was like, I was the one who sent you the money. She was like, oh, it was you. Nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, that shit was funny.
And she got the fuck out of there and away from them. She ain't fooling with you supporters. Leave her the fuck alone. She'll put her face on to y'all dumbasses.
Oh. Keep, please finish reading. We got a lot of pages to go.
And again, this is not to suggest that these mitigating factors are forgiven or for that mitigating factors are an excuse for criminal conduct. We're not suggesting that in any way, shape, or form, but we are suggesting that they can help put a lens on certain behavior, and a lot of courts see it through that lens in a way that is not so one-dimensional. You're doing that right now.
The government depicts, he's a 3D character.
The government depicts Mr. Kelly as this mastermind. I'm just waiting for you to scroll up on my TV. You good in the chat. Who used his fame and fortune to prey on children. They described him as calculated and cunning.
Yeah, that's what he is.
And I think it's important to understand that Mr. Kelly's life from childhood up until even he was a big star was very chaotic. He is not the calculating, cunning individual. He didn't even tell you where the money was going. He was a superstar, but he lacked control over his environment. He did not have the skills to control his environment. He lacked the literacy skill. He was exploited financially by scores and scores of people. He was surrounded by people that he entrusted to help him keep his life on the straight or take down that banner from the truth comment. No, because I'm trying to read it on my TV.
Oh my God.
Oh, I need you to take the truth comment down so I can see it on my TV.
Oh, wait. Okay, wait, hold on.
Okay, well, what happened?
I got you. Go ahead, baby. Wait.
Fighting hard for them herpes, Lord.
Yeah, this is where you were. Go ahead.
Okay. He was surrounded by people that he entrusted to help him keep his life on the straight and narrow. And many of them exploited him. And he often felt powerless to impact that. You lying son of a bitch. He is a big fat fucking liar.
Going by what was said.
That's your mentor.
She's going by what was said in the mitigation report. Go ahead.
Oh my gosh. I think it's important to know that Mr. Kelly has people who love him. There are people who support him. There are people who the government insists on calling victims still who love him, including his fiancée, Joycelyn, who has stood by his side since his arrest, who was not at the sentencing. I know that there's a perception that Mr. Kelly has this control over people, but Miss Savage lives in Chicago. She visits him infrequently, and there is a real connection there. And she denies that she was ever a victim or that she is currently a victim. And the government doesn't get to decide that she is a victim.
Oh, boy.
Just keep scrolling because we don't even have to get into that. Because as Rio had brought it up in her testimony, and so did Faith. Dumbass. Mr. Kelly had love from prior employees who did not describe the circumstances under which they worked in the same way that the government has set forth. So I think it's important.
Yeah,
that
she
this
really
court-
said that.
Jesus. So I think it's important that this court remember, and I know that I don't mean to tell the court how to do its job, but this case has been incredibly emotional. Mr. Kelly rejects that he is this monster. He's a multi-dimensional monster, person.
Wait, remember what she said? One-dimensional. Now she goes multi-dimensional. Oh, I can't.
Dimensional. Yes, he is a flawed individual. He is such that he is a flawed individual, but he is not the one-dimensional monster that the government has portrayed or the media has portrayed. But he portrayed himself, recording himself. So that does not mean that he sits here without regrets. He does sit here with regrets, but he does not and cannot accept the characterizations entirely the government has laid out. So with that, I will cede the floor to the government.
She said he was 3D, then she said he was 1D. I don't know which one, girl.
Multi-dimensional. Okay. I have never seen to pay like this. Hey, she's acting like a defense attorney. Her job is trying to lessen the sentence for her client. Go ahead.
Shit. Nuni, you want to read a little bit? You could be Miss Geddes for the meantime.
Okay.
All right, so I'll be the court. All right, the judge says thank you. Miss Geddes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Miss Geddes.
The government, of course, acknowledges that in the defendant's...
Move the microphone a little bit closer, if you would.
Complies.
Thank you.
The government, of course, acknowledges that in the defendant's youth, he suffered hardships, very significant ones. But he also rose to become an R&B star with extraordinary resources at his disposal. Rather than use those resources for good or solely for good, he used them to form an inner circle that operated to meet his every request and demand for decades. The defendant, with the assistance of his inner circle, enticed children to engage in sexual activity that they were too young to consent to. For decades, the defendant, with the assistance of his inner circle, video recorded children engaging in sexual activity. For decades, the defendant, with the assistance of his inner circle, exposed young women, young men, and children to incurable sexually transmitted disease. And for decades, the defendant, with the assistance of the inner circle, exerted tactics of coercive control over many of these young women and children, making clear that he believed that they were his property. He promulgated rules. He dictated what they called him, what they wore, who they spoke to, and what they spoke about, and who they looked at. He imposed penalties. When he foresees that his rules were broken, he banished them to the room or the bus, sometimes for days at a time. He coerced them. He spanked them violently. He assaulted them with shoes, electrical cords, and other objects. He coerced them to write embarrassing letters, making videos of embarrassing conduct. He directed them to commit humiliating acts involved feces. He required them to have sex with other women and men they never even met, and to star in his homemade video recordings so that he could relieve his abuse in perpetuity.
Right.
Put simply, for decades, the defendant, with the assistance of his inner circle, was a sexual predator. I want to speak for a moment about what ultimately happened before the government's investigation began. In the summer of 2017, the parents of two young women sought the media's assistance in reconnecting with their daughters, one of whom testified powerfully before Your Honor as Jane. And by 2017, Jane was under the control of the defendant for almost 2 years. Later that same year, a few months later, in 2017, Geronda, another woman who spoke, testified powerfully at trial, spoke out against the defendant publicly, recounting for the first time the abuse that she suffered at the hands of the defendant. The following year, in 2018, Faith filed a civil lawsuit against the defendant, even after the defendant and his associates made clear to her that harm would follow, and did follow. And in 2019, the docuseries Surviving Rkelly aired. As a result of those brave women's public statements, each of them, Jane, Geronda, and Faith, were exposed to extensive retaliatory tactics, both directly to the defendant and his associates as well, as hundreds of the defendant's fans who seemingly blindly supported him. These women did not ask to be abused by the defendant. These young women did not seek the notoriety that immediately followed their bravery in speaking out against him. They did not deserve the retaliation of the defendant and his inner circle, and they did not deserve to be vilified on social media, the intrusions of their privacy, and extraordinary harassment that many of them face and will likely continue to face. But because of those women and many others, including Stephanie, Sonia, Anna, Addie, Kate, Lewis, and Alex, the defendant now, of course, stands convicted of various serious crimes, and the abandon with which the defendant committed those crimes has ended. The court heard today many of those women eloquently describe to you the extraordinary trauma that they suffered at the hands of the defendant and at trial. Your Honor heard the powerfully and extremely difficult testimony of many more, including Geronda and Jane, for whom I want to speak about just for a minute since they were not here today. Geronda told you and the jury that she was sexually abused by the defendant beginning at the age of 16, and that lasted for a period of 6 months. And she described, and I believe Your Honor will recall when she read a journal entry that she wrote close in time to the abuse, about how one day the defendant walked in, saw that she was on her phone, was upset with her, and choked her until she passed out before he told her to give him oral sex, and they had sex. She broke down when she read the journal entry, remembering the trauma that the defendant caused her. Jane also testified powerfully over a period of days about the 4 years that she spent with the defendant. 4 years that began when she was 17 years old by August of 2015, and yet continued to engage in sexual relationship with her, including in states like California, where she was too young to consent to sexual activity. And then the defendant exerted extraordinary control. She told the court how the defendant chastised her, spanked her for every 2 to 3 days, and how the defendant made her have sex with other women when she did not want to, and even a man she's never met. I'm sure Your Honor will recall the audio and video recordings that were so devastating. They were so devastating that the government played only a small portions, and even then, I am confident that neither the court nor, frankly, the jury will ever forget those snippets. On one, the defendant audibly spanked one young woman, instructing her to walk naked back and forth, repeating over and over derogatory comments about herself. On another, the defendant threatened the young woman that people get murdered for shit like that. His words, that being the theft of a watch, and then commanded her to confine herself into a garage and to not make any phone calls other than to him or the studio, and to be ready when he wanted her to star in his next recording. And finally, Your Honor, saw a video of a young woman rubbing feces all over her body because the defendant told her to do it. The nature and the circumstances of the offenses which the defendant had been convicted of are simply extraordinarily serious, and notwithstanding the overwhelming evidence of his guilt, the defendant has not acknowledged any responsibility for his criminal conduct and continues to perpetuate a version of offense that is utterly belied by the evidence introduced at trial. It is not enough to say he accepts responsibility and then continue to perpetuate the narrative that he did not do anything wrong. Because he Because he has shown no remorse or even acknowledged the crimes that he has committed, the government submits there is simply little reason to believe that the defendant would be deterred from committing similar crime if he were to given the opportunity to do so. The sentence that the government seeks, one in excess of 25 years, is not a life sentence. If Your Honor were to impose a sentence of simply 25 years, the defendant with good conduct time would be released when he was 73 years old. That is not life. Today, on behalf of those who the defendant sexually abused and otherwise harmed, on behalf of Aaliyah, Stephanie, Sonia, Geronda, Jane, and Faith, we ask the court to impose a sentence imprisonment in excess of 25 years and the maximum fine, a fine of $250,000. A sentence that reflects the seriousness of his conduct, a sentence that would deter the defendant and others, including others in his position of power and with his wealth, from engaging in similar conduct again. Thank you. Court?
Yeah, give me a second. I was just unmuting. Oh boy, that was deep, guys. And she made that statement quick. Now, the judge says, thank you. Mr. Kelly, you have the right to speak if you wish to make a statement. If you do, I would just ask that we move the microphone back so it can be heard. Miss Bonjean, go ahead, Sin.
Oh, shit, I fell asleep.
No, I'm not.
Are you asleep, Jen?
Okay, let me see. Where y'all at? Oh.
You right here where it says Bonjean. It's only a
Your
short
Honor,
statement. Go ahead.
Mr. Kelly would not be making a statement today. He does have pending cases, and I went to the report. Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure y'all heard me. Oh,
we can hear you.
We hear you, Mama.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Where was? Oh, okay. He does have pending cases, and I want the record to be clear about that.
Okay. I'll ask him if that's his wish. Keep, would you like to be the defendant?
Yes, Your Honor. That's my wish. Well,
that's all he said.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that's my wish. That's
my
all
wish.
he said.
You fat fucker.
and they probably was like, oh my gosh, Robert, Jesus Christ. From that one little sentence. He spoke. And that's the only words he spoke. Don't y'all go sit there, twist this shit up, and try to say somebody ain't let him talk.
Right.
Stop lying to your viewers. You know who you are. We ain't got to say no names.
He sure did talk, and all he said was, yes, Your Honor, that's my wish. And his wish was not to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, Your Honor, Mr. Kelly will not be making a statement today. He does have pending cases, and I want the record to be clear about that. So he's exercising his rights.
Right.
This is where he's pleading the fifth act.
That's right.
The person that's fighting for his life.
So now the judge says, all right, thank you so much. Sentencing another human being is probably the most difficult thing that a judge has to do. Taking into account that person's history and background and recognizing the general proposition that none of us is measured by the worst thing that we've ever done. Nevertheless, I am obligated to consider the statutory factors that are set out by Congress in 18 U.S.C. Section 355A. I am also required to calculate the advisory guideline range and to consider the background and personal history of the defendant, as well as the nature, circumstances of the offense. I will say, with respect to the calculation of the guidelines, the sentence that I impose today is a sentence that I would have imposed regardless of the guideline calculations or any enhancement that might have been disputed. I will, because the statutory factors guide the court's sentence, I will lay out what those are. The sentence must reflect the seriousness of the crime. Can you guys mute yourselves? I don't know who's got that noise in the background.
The show ain't me.
Okay. Okay. It has to protect the public. Oh, no, wait, I'm sorry. It has to be fair. I'm sorry. It has to promote respect for the law. It has to be fair and just. It must act as a deterrent, not just to the particular defendant in front of me, but to anybody else who would consider engaging in similar conduct. It has to protect the public from future crimes by the defendant. And it also needs to provide the defendant with any rehabilitation that he requires. I'm also mindful of the need to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparities. I think it's safe to say, Mr. Kelly, that you are a person who had some great advantages. You had worldwide fame and celebrity, untold money. As your lawyer points out, your childhood was quite difficult. And I'm mindful of the suffering that you endured, including sexual abuse at a young age. It's something I've taken into account. Perhaps some of those experiences explain your behavior. As we saw in court today, there are countless people who had difficult childhoods and those experiences, and they don't commit the crimes of which you have been convicted. But it may explain, at least in part, what led you to this behavior. Even if it is a form of an explanation, it most surely is not an excuse, because after all, these are not the crimes of an impulsive person. Someone who can't control himself because of a sex addiction. Okay? I mean, although sex was certainly a weapon that you used, this case is not about sex. It's about violence and cruelty, define and control. These are not isolated acts of an otherwise law-abiding citizen. They are not arbitrations. These crimes were calculated and carefully planned and executed with regularity for almost 25 years. Using your status as a celebrity and using the enterprise, and it was an enterprise that you developed with your circle of employees and entourage.
Hello.
You had a system in place that lured young people into your orbit. And then you took over their lives. You preyed on your ready supply of adoring fans, targeting them at your concerts and having one of your enablers bring them to you, having your minions troll for young people at the mall, at your local McDonald's, handing out your phone number for the opportunity to meet Rkelly.
We got videos of that. Go ahead.
Like all young people, as we heard today, your victims had dreams and goals. Many were just the ordinary dreams of high school students. They were in the choir. They played on the varsity team. They were doing what children in high school ought to be doing. Many of them dreamed of being a singer, having success in the music business, and other people just wanted to be around the celebrity. And you took advantage of those hopes and dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Come to my hotel room and audition for me. I would like to teach you some techniques. What are you willing to do for a music career? I'll listen to your friends sing if I can get to know you. You told these children that in order to succeed, they had to leave school. I want to say a word about these enablers.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Let me get some water for these enablers. Hold up.
Oh, yeah. Lubricate your throat.
Yes, ma'am. Ahem. I want to say a word about these enablers. The managers, the personal assistants, the engineers, everybody else who was around you. The evidence in trial proved overwhelmingly that they were part of the structure that enabled you to do what you did, because they not only brought these young people to you, they enforced your many rules. They guarded the victims when you punished them. They monitored their activities, their internet use, conversations. They stood guarded when you directed that they be isolated, and they reported any violation of your rules. There is one audio tape in which 2 of your circle were there, backing you up while you accused a 20-year-old of stealing a watch, threatened that you would track her down, and then ordered her to perform in one of your humiliating videotapes.
Wow.
Demetrius Smith and Larry Hood were in your apartment when you led a group of teenagers. Mr. Hood testified that they were Aaliyah's little friends into your room and had sex with them. And then there is Aaliyah herself. 12 years old when you first met her. Angela saw you perform oral sex on her when she was 13 or 14. Can you mute, mommy?
Oh, shit, sorry.
Mr. Smith knew what you were doing. But when you thought she was pregnant and thought you would be caught for what you had been doing, he and your other handlers helped to bribe somebody to get this child a fake ID so that you could marry her, because you wanted to cover up that you'd been having sex with a young girl. They wanted to protect you and your career, and they helped you, and the victim didn't matter.
And push pause on that. Okay, since people want to play recordings of Demetrius, he even said it in a recording that Rkelly was there.
Okay.
I got recordings. I got the recordings. He said that it was on him. He knew about that fucking robbery. Shut the fuck up.
Wait. L Truth, no chaser. What they say? Let me see. Let me see.
I see that they.
Okay, let me grab it. What they were saying.
Yeah. I saw a comment was deleted.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. Okay, let me grab it. Diva Divine Light, I sent it. It was years ago. Nika and I talked about this last night. Yeah, I know 2 of them. Tell Diva to watch. It is crazy. All right, why was their comment deleted, guys?
Probably was by accident because she's
right. She ain't saying nothing.
She ain't saying no. It sounds like it was by accident.
Diva interview with public announcement member. Okay. All right. Okay, laugh out loud. Yes, I know, Dre, but she needs to watch my story public announcement. It's a show documentary that the fellas did around 2015. Laugh out loud. It kind of tells it all. Oh, thank you, L Truth with no chaser. Welcome. Thank you for sending me that information. Where'd you send it to my email? Sarah, SK, is that the video there you posted? I'ma grab it now. Oh no, this is my video. Wait, why you all right, Sarah, you posted my video. Okay, wait a minute. I'm confused. Did you send me an email? Chaser? I'm gonna go check right now. Give me a second, y'all. Hold up. All right. I don't know. Did you send it to my email? My email is diva. I'm gonna hold up, y'all. Hold up. Let me give you my email real quick. Here, I posted my email on the screen. Write it down. And send me the video. Send me the video link. And I'll check it out. Thank you so much. What was your name?
It was L Truth No Chaser.
L Truth No Chaser. Thank you. You said it's your story, so it's your commentary. Hey, Auntie. Hey, Miss Boykins. What's up, Mama? It was an accident for me.
Yeah,
okay, Truth.
I figured that. It was
I got it, Mama. Okay. We got it, guys. Hey, Aunt Miss. What's up, Papa? All right, so you got the email, Truth? You could send it to me, all right? All right, I'm going to go back to reading, guys. I'm going to take the email off the screen. All right. All right, sorry about the interruption, guys. That was informational.
What page are we on?
All right, Mama, I got you. We're right here on this page, baby.
Know what I mean? It's 86.
Hold on, I'll tell you now. 86, so we're almost done.
Okay.
Yeah, we're almost done. Basically, she's about to hand down his sentence and shit, so.
Yeah.
This is it here. All right, guys, where was I? Okay, and the victim didn't matter. There are countless other examples of employees who stood by or enabled your behavior. They heard you beating these victims. They knew that you were holding them in a room or on a bus. I don't know why all these people turned a blind eye. Whether there was an exception to every standard of human decency just because you were famous? Did they agree with you, as we heard at trial, that you can do whatever you want because you fancied yourself a genius who should be allowed to do whatever I want because of what I give to this world? Maybe it just became normal to those people. Normal that a man in his 40s and 50s was holding teenagers in his house, trapped in a bus, having sex with them, beating them, imposing rules. Even in this courtroom, it became normal to refer to these victims as your live-in girlfriends or female guests. And she was throwing shade at the lawyer, Bonjing. There's much more that could be said about people who excused this and tolerated it for all these years. But, and there's a whole lot more to say about these motherfuckers, these fucking punk ass, bitch ass people.
You got to know to harass people
who just wanted money. It was all about their own selfish needs too.
And y'all had lunch with these motherfuckers. You know who you are.
These people were selfish. They were thinking about themselves. They weren't thinking about these little girls. And they were thinking about
our channels. Had y'all own on the channels. Y'all being groupies for these motherfuckers.
Fuck out of here.
You know who you are, like I said.
Yeah, they know who the fuck they are. They sure do. Bunch of fucking groupies. Just because I'm mad right now and I'm really pissed off and I want to punch every groupie in their fucking face. I really, truly do. Fuck you, you fucking groupie whores. How about that? Use our groupie whores. How do you like that? Does that feel good to you? Does that feel good to have somebody call you a groupie whore? Because that's what yous are. You old hags.
Old ass hags.
Disgusting bitches. Keep going.
There's much more that could be said about people who excused this and tolerated it for all these years.
That goes for you Bible thumpers too.
That's right. But these people are not before me for sentence today. Pussy ass bitches was sitting in the motherfucking overflow room. And everybody else that was hiding out in Chicago and Detroit and Las Vegas and everybody else that said, I'm here for Rkelly. But nobody was there for Rkelly because they were a bunch of fucking enablers. And if they were there, I'm pretty sure Judge Donnelly would have read them. And her reading them right now, they would have felt stupid sitting in that audience. You were at the top of this organization. And it was you who used this organization to find your victims. The evidence established that you raped them, beat them. One witness said you beat her until she broke, separated them from their families.
And still doing it.
Made them have sex with groups of people. Filmed them. Made them write letters with lies about their families.
Just like you did with Joy.
That they stole things. Forced them to do unspeakable things, which you also filmed and saddled them with an incurable disease. You fucking disgusting piece of shit. Puro mierda, maricón.
And y'all still listening to this nigga? I don't give a fuck how high his song is. You can't tell me how high his song is. Fuck this motherfucker and all his fucking song catalog.
Okay? Who gives a fuck?
Who gives a fuck? And y'all still listen to him. Oh, I can still listen to Step of the Day.
He's gonna be entertaining. He's gonna be entertaining all his new prison bitches. That's what he gonna be doing. One of the witnesses described.
That's the devil. One of the witnesses, i.e. John Doe, described these victims as zombies.
He sure
did. The other John Doe, described
Alex, right? It was Alex. Alex too.
Nephew, yes, nephew.
Right. He said they were zombie-ish when they were in their sex acts with Rkelly and him.
Exactly.
That was crazy. One of the witnesses described these victims as zombies. Lewis described an instance where you snapped your fingers and a young, very thin, naked girl crawled out from under a boxing ring. I will never forget that. And this is coming from the fucking judge. This shit Rkelly traumatized the judge. She said, I will never forget that. And ordered her to perform oral sex on you and then Lewis. There's just so many examples in this trial of indifference to human suffering. Let me tell you something, guys. Me and Blade, I was getting chills. She was getting chills. Me and her kept looking at each other like, yes. And we kept clapping our hands like this without clapping them. We were clapping them without clapping them. Okay? With our little fingers like this. Clapping them. Crying. I was crying. You know me, Blade. Blade was like, God damn bitch crying. I was emotional wreck. Now, judge continues to say, there's just so many examples in this trial of indifference to human suffering, of sheer brutality. I could not count them all. I think it's safer to say that even the most seasoned investigator will not soon forget the searing evidence about the horrors your victims endured. Your own words and actions captured so chillingly on those videotapes put the lie to the claim that you are the victim here. Amen, sister. Preach, girl, preach. These victims were disposable to you, you fucking puro mierda. As one of your victims said today, no price was too high for someone else to pay for your happiness. And you left in your wake a trial of broken lives. And at such a vulnerable time in most of their lives, they had no experience with what it means to have a longing, loving relationship with someone. You taught them that love is enslavement and violence and humiliation and that they were not worthy of a simple respect and dignity. And then motherfuckers want to wonder why Azriel walks around the way she walks around. Right? Because R. Kelly raised her. That motherfucking bastard said, I raise you. And this is what he does. Enslaves them to think that this shit is fucking normal. This is what happens. You see the way she's acting? She is acting like a person of trauma. You fucking idiots. You're the fucking scum of the fucking earth. You don't know what it is to be a fucking victim. She is acting like a victim. She's acting like a victim. He enslaved her mind to think violence and humiliation is something worthy of self-respect. And it's not.
And y'all sitting up there thinking that Joycelyn's character letter is real after it has
was
been
fucking scripted. Somebody wrote that shit for her. She didn't write that shit. And you fucking think that shit was real. You're a fucking stupid.
You crying over it. I cannot do this anymore, man.
You fucking pendeja.
Y'all groupies. You dirty, disgruntled groupies.
You fucking pendeja. You're a fucking pendeja, Sylvia. I know on the low you want to probably go suck R. Kelly's dick.
And
the same way you were probably willing to go suck Demetrius' dick for some more information, right?
He incriminated he incriminated himself in that recording. Same thing he said in the recording. He said at trial.
Right. Then she says, we heard today from some of your victims, and it took courage to testify about these intensely personal things and the depravity that they suffered at your hands. They still bear those scars, emotional and physical, and they probably always will. Some wondered why no one stopped you. And even sadder, some still seemed to blame themselves, as if a teenager were responsible for stopping a celebrity of your age, or if a teenager was somehow responsible to resist your hold over them. They have no such responsibility.
Thank you.
Despite what they endured at your hands, however, they afforded you a measure of grace and forgiveness. And perhaps you'll be able to reflect on just how powerful that is and draw strength from it in the years to come. Because, motherfucker, you got 30 fucking years, bitch. Sit tight.
Piece of shit.
Sit tight. You're going to endure what these girls endured for 30 years.
30 whole years.
Tight. Sit tight, R. Kelly. Years. You're going to be in a world of hurt, my man. 30 years, 30 rounds, an eye for an eye. I listed at the beginning the factors that guide a court in sentencing, as well as the defendant's history and characteristics. I want to speak specifically to those factors and how they apply to the analysis in this case. Kat, the seriousness of the crime. This is a case involving serial rape and sexual abuse over a very long period of time. Again, this case, for those out there that do not understand the severity of the case. It involves serial rape and sexual abuse over a very long period of time. And there are few crimes more serious than that. The sentence must promote a respect for the law. And in this case, it must demonstrate the conduct that is this egregious will be punished appropriately. It must be fair and just, and it must act as a deterrent. First, to Rkelly. There were times in your life where many people might have taken a second look at what they were doing. There were an instance when you were acquitted after trial. But it seems the only thing that you took from that experience was to try to figure out ways to hem your victims in, either with non-disclosure agreements or making humiliating tapes. And I've also considered the evidence of your of the mitigation reports. You did not have to speak with the psychologist. You heard that? She's making fun of him, you know that, right? She throwing shade, right?
You did not have to speak with the psychologist.
In other words, get what she about to tell this motherfucker. Yo, I was dying. But in my view, your efforts to explain away your conduct and some things were just demonstratively false tells me that you will not be deterred. This sentence must act as that deterrent. It also must deter other people, any important person or celebrity, a powerful person who thinks like you, that he or she is above the law because of who that person is. And the public has to be protected. The public has to be protected from behavior like this. So, taking into account of all these factors, it's my conclusion that the appropriate sentence on counts 1 is 360 months. Counts 4 and 5, 20 years on each count. Count 2, 6, and 8, 10 years on each account. And counts 3, 7, and 9, also 20 years.
And there you have it.
These sentences will run concurrently. There is 5 years of supervised release. I'm going to lay out the conditions for that. They are rather long. I will do that in a minute.
He ain't getting out of jail.
There is a $100 special assessment for each of the 9 counts of the indictment. Ms. Getty says, Your Honor, the judge says, I'm not quite done, but go ahead. Did I miss something? Ms. Getty says, just one thing. I apologize for interrupting. The statutory maximum on racketeering is 240 months. And therefore, I think in order to impose the sentence that I think Your Honor seeks to impose, it would be 240 months on count 1, the racketeering count, and then an additional 10 years to be served on one of the other counts to be served consecutively. The judge says consecutively, then the consecutive 10 will be on count 2. Hold on just for a minute. Ms. Getty says, Your Honor, I also may have misspoken. Let me correct. The judge says, I don't think that was in anyone's submission. So at least in terms of that analysis, I just want to make sure that that's correct. So Ms. Getty says, I think that the probation department has just explained to me, and I think that they're correct in racketeering. The penalty is 20 years unless one of the predicates is life. And they just reminded me that we do have life maximum predicates. And therefore, the judge says, yes. Ms. Getty says, I believe Your Honor is correct. I apologize. The judge says, that's okay. No. It's complicated. So let's just make sure that the record is clear. That the sentence on count 1 in those circumstances is 360 months. I'm going to repeat what the other ones were just to make it clear, because it's my intention that those run concurrently. And so that would be a 20-year sentence on counts 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9. Concurrent 10-year sentences of 2 on counts 2, 6, and 8. I believe that covers everything. As I said, there is a 5-year, or there are 5 years of supervised release and $100 of special assessment on each of the 9 counts. I also have considered the parties' submissions on the questions of a fine, and I've considered the statutory factors that have to be evaluated when imposing a fine. Under these circumstances, a fine must be imposed unless the defendant has established that he can't pay a fine concurrently or in the future. And under these circumstances, I think the evidence demonstrates that this defendant is capable of paying a fine. And the fine that I impose is $100,000. As I said, I will get to those conditions of supervised release momentarily. There's also a question of restitution. And at this point, I think the record is incomplete on the subject of restitution. And so what I'm going to do is, under the statute, adjourn it to a date in September. I'm going to have the parties confer and submit a briefing schedule to me on when you can get your information in. The date that we determined for that restitution hearing is September 28th, which is a Wednesday. All right, so guys, there is going to be another hearing, and they're trying to schedule it for September 28th. And this hearing is for restitution. Now,
send the money to the commissary.
Now, I don't know if this is going to be an in-person hearing, or a telephonic hearing. So let's see if maybe if it is in person, I can make it to the hearing. All right. Let's see if we can do that. Now, and why don't we do that at 11 o'clock? I don't know if there's been some submissions on this from both sides, but we're just not in a position to make the decision today. Now, the conditions of supervised release are laid out in the probation department sentencing recommendations. I'm required to put those on the record, and I will do that. The defendant has to comply with any applicable state or federal sex offender registration requirement, as the probation department instructs, or the Bureau of Prisons or any registration agency in that state where he's working or residing. So, the defendant has to participate in a mental health treatment program, which may include participation in a treatment for sexual disorders as approved by probation. And the defendant must contribute to the cost of those services and securing any applicable third-party payment. You heard that? You heard that? People in the
Loud
back?
and clear. Loud and clear.
What did that last? Keep, can you read that last? Start from which? No. Start from the defendant on line 21. I gotta light up this spliff.
Okay. And the defendant must contribute to the cost of those services and securing any applicable third-party payment. He has to disclose all financial information to the just waiting to scroll up. He has to disclose all financial information to the probation department so that they can assess his ability to pay. He will also have to participate if there is a treatment program for a sexual disorder in any polygraph examinations or tests so that they can get the necessary information for risk management and treatment.
Hold on, say that again, sister. From in any
polygraph examinations or testing so that they can get the necessary information for risk management or treatment.
What does that mean to you, Keep? What does that mean to you? What does that mean? Go ahead.
No, you about to ask me what? Well, that means he will have to be diagnosed with a sexual disorder,
right?
And then they'll mention in any polygraph examinations or testing so that they can get. Yeah, they want to make sure if he's lying about what has occurred and does he really have a disorder.
And does he really wait? Did he really get the help he needed? That's the whole thing.
Yeah.
Did he really? They want to know before he gets released.
Exactly.
That they want to know that he really got the help he motherfucking needed for his sexual disorder, because he has to participate in a treatment program for sexual disorder.
Yep.
They already diagnosed his ass. He's got to go. Point blank, period.
We don't care.
Nigga, before you think about walking out of jail and thinking you can fly, you got to take a polygraph test, because we want to know for sure that you really are healed and you really got the help you needed. Before they let that man walk the streets. You goddamn right, Keith.
It's gonna be some commentary about this polygraph too. Anyways, now
go ahead, line 5, mama.
I got it. Now, just a note on that. Probation specifies that Mr. Kelly is eligible for treatment in the Bureau of Prisons. And if you don't have to answer me now, but if the defendant agrees to that, I could make that a part of the recommendation. Now, here he is. He got a chance to go to treatment while he's in prison.
Get the help you need.
There we go.
Get the help you need.
There we go. There we go. The defendant must not associate or have any contact with any convicted sex offenders unless it's in a therapeutic setting with the probation's permission. You must not associate with children under the age of 18 unless a responsible adult is present.
Boom.
And he has previous approval from the probation department. That approval does not apply when they are contacts of which he doesn't know in advance, and if the children have parents or guardians, or if they're incidental contacts in a public setting.
Okay. You cannot be around children without supervision, you pervert. Go ahead.
If there are any of these non-pre-approved contacts with children, it must be reported to the probation department as soon as practical, but no later than 12 hours. Then whatever he begins supervision, the defendant has to provide probation with the identity, contact information of any family members and friends.
Okay. Who what?
Oh, I'm waiting just for you to scroll up.
Go ahead.
Who have children under 18. If he expects to have routine contact with them so that the probation could contact these parents and approve routine family and social interactions.
My God.
These things occur when he's out and he's registered as a sex offender. But he ain't got to worry about this because he ain't never getting out. So if the defendant were to live with somebody who has minor children, he has to inform them of his criminal history, and he will have to notify them that he's prohibited from associating with children under 18 without the presence of a responsible adult. That is Megan's law.
Yep.
The defendant, the defendant has to report to the probation department any and all electronic communication services accounts that are used for user communication. This includes, but is not limited to emails, social media, core, and cloud storage accounts. He must provide an account identifier and password for each account and report the creation of any new accounts. Any changes in identifiers or passwords, whether he suspended or deleted an account within 5 days of any of those actions. Failure to abide by these conditions might be grounds for revocation of his release. Also, probation have access to search any of his accounts when a reasonable suspicion exists that he's violated a condition of supervision, and if the accounts contain evidence of this violation. That's all under Megan's law. Failure to submit to that kind of search might be grounds for revocation of release. There's also a search condition, which requires the defendant submit to searches of his person, property, house, vehicle, papers, computers, or any electronic communications, or date storage devices, or an office. The search will be via a United States probation officer. The government.
Wait 1 second, pause. Even if he did get out, he could not live in peace. That's all I wanted to say. Go ahead.
All right. Okay, the defendant has to warn any other occupants that the premises might be subject to search. Failure to submit to the search may be grounds for revocation of release. Got hiccups. An officer may search pursuant to this condition only when there's reasonable suspicion that the defendant has violated a condition of his supervision and that the area searched contained evidence of the violation. The search also has to be conducted at a reasonable time and in a reasonable way. The next condition requires that the defendant is not to use a computer or any other internet-capable device or electronic device to access any visual depiction, and that's a photograph, film, video, picture, computer, or computer-generated image or picture of a sexually explicit conduct. Do not use a computer, internet-capable device, or any other electronic device to view images of naked children. Where's Diva? Okay, she got it. He may not use his computer to view sexually explicit content or view depictions of naked children stored on related computer media like CDs or DVDs, and he may not communicate by computer with any person or group that promotes the sexual abuse of children. The defendant must cooperate with the Probation's Office Computer and Internet Management and Monitoring Program, and that cooperation includes, but is not limited to, identifying any computer systems, internet-capable devices, or any electronic media that's capable of data storage that the defendant has access to. And this will allow probation to examine the device and install monitoring software on the device at the defendant's expense. So he's sending him money. The software is authorized to capture and analyze all data that is processed by or contained on the device, including the GEO location of the device. The probation office may access the device or the data captured on it by monitoring software at any time with or without suspicion that the defendant has violated the conditions of supervision. It may be that the defendant is limited to possessing only one personal internet-capable device so that probation can manage and monitor the device effectively. The defendant must also prevent seizure and removal of computer systems, internet-capable devices, and any by law enforcement or probation office based on a reasonable suspicion that a violation of a condition of supervision or unlawful conduct by the defendant has or is about to occur. Failure to comply with any of these terms may result in sanctions and revocation of release, and the defendant must inform all parties that access a monitoring device that is subject to the terms of this provision. Waiting for Diva to scroll up. Okay. The defendant must refrain. He must not contact the victims, any of the victims of the offenses in his cases. That means he can't attempt to meet them, communicate with them by telephone, email, internet, or through a third party without the knowledge and permission of probation. Upon request, the defendant must provide the probation department with full disclosure of his financial records, including commingled income, expenses, assets, and liabilities, to include yearly income and tax returns. With the exception of those accounts that are noted in the pre-sentence report, the defendant may not maintain or open any additional individual or joint checking, savings, or other financial account for business or personal purposes without probation's approval, and he must cooperate. With probation in investigating in his financial dealings and provide truthful monthly statements of income and expenses. And he will cooperate and sign any authorization for releases to permit probation to get access to their financial information. The restitution topic will resolve at the next hearing, but if restitution is imposed, the defendant is going to have to comply with it. That means they have to use his commissary money that y'all been sending. One thing I neglected to do was institute a payment schedule for the fine. Does probation have a suggestion about that?
Hold on. Hold up. Got it. Your Honor, typically the schedule is 25 cents per quarter, $25 per quarter while in custody, and then 10% of gross monthly income while on supervised release. All right, those are the terms that I will impose for the fine. Is there anything else that I have neglected to do? Ms. Geddes. Ms. Geddes fell asleep.
Mm-hmm. Other than advise the defendant of his right to appeal.
The court, I I will do that next, but anything else? Yes, Your Honor, the special assessments in this case. I think I did it. Sorry. The judge says the $100, the $900. Oh, sorry. The judge says, no. It's always good to be reminded. I did do that. So is there anything else besides the notification of the right to appeal?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything from the defense, Ms. Bonjean?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I do want to notify you, Mr. Kelly, of your right to appeal. Any notice of appeal has to be filed within 14 days of the filing of the entry of judgment, or within 14 days of the filing of a notice of appeal by the government. If you request it, the clerk will prepare and file a notice of appeal on your behalf. If you can't afford to pay the cost of an appeal, or for an appellate lawyer, you have the right to appeal for leave to appeal in form of pauperis. I can't pronounce that right. That means that you can apply to have the court waive the filing fee. On appeal, you may also apply for a court-appointed lawyer. Are there any other matters to resolve? Ms. Cruz Melendez says. Can somebody be Ms. Melendez?
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure. Ms. Getty?
Your Honor, with respect to counts 2 through 9, according to as set forth in paragraph 301 of the PSR, the Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act of 2015 also requires the court to impose $5,000 on any non-indigenous person convicted of the crimes set forth in 2 through 9. So we ask that Your Honor also impose that assessment.
Okay, is that $5,000 per victim?
I think it's just a single $5,000. It's a single.
It's a single $5,000
on each account, though. Correct.
It's for each account.
Yes, counts 2 through 9.
Okay, so that is
8 counts.
Okay, and I just want to get the defendant's position on that. Do you take a position on that, Ms. Bonjean?
Probably.
All right, that's all right. Do you want to take a minute to think about it, Ms. Bonjean?
Yes.
Okay. It's just the Justice for Victims of Trafficking Act of 2015, and it just requires that the court assess $5,000, as the government said, on any non-indigent person or entity convicted of an offense. I think it's under Chapter 77. Is that right? Chapter 117, Chapter 109A, Chapter 110, and that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the statutory provision is 18 U.S.C. 3014. Just to be clear, it's my understanding that this is not payable until the defendant has paid fines and orders of restitution. Ms. Bonjean?
Judge, if the exception is indigency, he hasn't been declared indigent. So if it's statutory and that's the only exception, then I don't know that we have an alternative argument to make. Because that's not hot money. Go ahead. The court?
All right. I do impose that $5,000 on 2 counts through 9. On counts 2 through 9. Is that $40,000?
Yes.
Okay. The court, I think it is. So That's an amount of $40,000. But correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I impose a payment schedule on that one. Just by terms of the statute, it says it's not payable until he has satisfied all the other things. And then the probation officer comes out and says, Your Honor, I don't believe you need to impose a payment schedule for that. The judge says, okay, all right. So that is that pursuant to 18 USC section 3014. I impose that statutory amount on each count, counts 2 through 9. And anything else, Ms. Geddes? Ms. Geddes? Not from the government? Ms. Bonjean says, not from the defense.
Not from the defense.
The court says, all right, everybody, thank you so much. And that is the end of that. Thank you so much, guys. We did it.
30 years. 30
years. 30. Well, just to let you guys know, I'll be reading this tomorrow, y'all.
Let's see, what is that? Oh,
This came out yesterday. No, when did this come out? Wait, what's today? Oh, shit, yeah, today's Friday. This came out yesterday. And it's for the Northern District of Illinois. It's for his Chicago case. Just to let you know, I'm gonna read this one part to you. Before the court is defense motion to dismiss counts 1 through 4 and counts 6 through 13 of the superseding indictment. Also, before the court is defendant Kelly's motion to sever. For the reasons stated herein, the motions are denied.
I done woke up now.
So, just to let you know, guys, the court's defendant's motion to dismiss and his motion to sever, Judge Linenweber has denied it, guys. Yep. So tomorrow I'll get into this one. It's 12 pages long.
What time I'm gonna be off tomorrow?
I don't know. I can't tell you that right now.
I woke up now.
I will definitely do it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We did it.
So yes, let me I'm gonna share my screen one last time. I'm gonna take you guys out with this one little thing, and I'm gonna call it quits. There we go.
All right.
Thank you, sis. You did a wonderful job.
You're welcome, baby. Thank you. You did too, mommy. Thank you so much for helping out, ma. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, baby girl.
30 years. Look how beautiful that sounds.
30 years, y'all.
Hashtag 30 years.
30 years. 30 years. 30 years. Hold on. Okay.
I'm going to watch it from my Tubi. Thanks for having me up here.
I love you too, mama. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you, girl. You already know.
Not a problem. All
right, mama. Good night. So I'm going to leave you guys with this, and then I'm going to call it a wrap because it's already 12:30, and I'm kind of getting tired, y'all. We've been on for almost 7 hours, guys. That's a long-ass time, but we went in. And thanks for everybody for hanging out with me. All right, so let me get this together. Here we go. Where the hell is... All right.
Breaking news now regarding singer Rkelly. We are learning now he has been sentenced to 30 years in prison after being convicted of sex trafficking and racketeering in connection with recruiting women and children for sex. His attorney was asking for fewer than 14 years in prison, citing the music superstar turned sex offender's traumatic childhood. Clearly, that's not how the court saw it.
So for more, let's bring in senior investigative reporter Aaron Katersky along with legal analyst Bernardo Villalona. So Aaron, first, tell us about what we heard from the accusers in this case and what they brought to the sentencing.
They brought some emotional heft to the sentencing hearing, Terry, because the accusers stood up in court and told the judge how years of psychological manipulation and sexual exploitation and abuse by Rkelly ruined their lives. One woman said that she wished she would just die. And this is all while she was underage. And that was what federal prosecutors said was so troubling. Rkelly was one of the most successful artists in the music industry in the 1990s and 2000s, but there had always been allegations about sexual misconduct. And only now is that getting an airing and is he being held to account. Federal prosecutors said Rkelly used his fame and his wealth and relied on his inner circle to repeatedly sexually exploit women and girls and showed no remorse.
I got you, SK.
Seemed to believe that as a music superstar, he was somehow immune from having to behave lawfully.
So, Bernarda, defense attorneys for Rkelly argued that their client should get a break, in part because he experienced a traumatic childhood. I know you're going to have a reaction to that.
So, yes, the defense did ask for Rkelly to get a break. But before she asked for him to get a break, she made a statement to the gallery. And the judge had to stop her and say, make your statement to me, because she started saying that I am doing my job. It's not that I'm enabling Rkelly. I'm doing my job. But either way, she wanted the judge to take into account his childhood, the trauma that he suffered during his childhood. And according to with federal law, with the 3553A factors, yes, a judge can consider that. However, what happened here is that we had one of the victim's father not testify, but actually make a statement to the judge. Look, I was sexually assaulted and molested when I was a child, and I did not turn out like you. So that backfired for Rkelly. The judge took that into account and mentioned that when she was giving her reasoning for sentencing Rkelly to 30 years.
That is very powerful and true. And Aaron, I want to ask you about the decades that you said he was one of the biggest stars in the music industry, as you pointed out. People had to know that when the allegations were public for all these years, people still worked with him. And the criminal justice system didn't quite get to him until very, very late. How much of an impact did that documentary, Surviving Rkelly, play and have in getting us here and in the nature of this sentence? If he had done the same crimes and wasn't the focus of a documentary, would he be looking at 30 years?
Surviving Rkelly, that explosive documentary, played an incredible role in this prosecution. In fact, it was because an investigator from Homeland Security Investigations watched it on TV that they finally decided to open a case, and that's what led to this 30-year sentence. If it were not for that documentary, you might argue, Terry, that Rkelly would not be here. But investigators saw it. They couldn't help but be moved by it. And then they started to interview some of the very same women who were part of that documentary. And they built this case using more than a half dozen women to help convict Rkelly of racketeering. And that included a dozen separate criminal counts, including this psychological manipulation, this kidnapping, physical and sexual abuse. And it also included a bribery scheme involving his marriage to Aaliyah. The late singer was 15 years old when she married Rkelly, and there's an allegation that a bribe was arranged to an Illinois official to get her a fake ID.
Bernarda, you were in the courtroom. Just give us some color. Tell us what it was like. I know that there were dozens of witnesses that testified, just talking about how Rkelly preyed on children for his own gratification time and time again, and that he was able to get by with it. And that, like you mentioned, so many people close to him knew exactly what was going on.
Absolutely. During the trial, you got to think the prosecution presented 45 witnesses and the defense presented 5 witnesses. And to have been in a courtroom doing the trial and then coming today to the sentencing was a culmination of the trial. Except at the sentencing, you got to hear these victims give more emotion, tell you what they suffered and what they've been suffering for the last 20 years. Women who have been considering committing suicide, who wish they were never born, that they are saying that it was their fault. It was chilling. And the tears that came down, genuine tears from these grown women, was really troubling to me. It really bothered me because R. Kelly, yes, you're a celebrity. Yes, you're the Pied Piper. Yes, you're the king of R&B. But now you're also a sexually convicted felon who's going to do at least 27 years in federal custody.
Did he testify? We were on the air.
No.
Did he? Okay, he didn't testify. Did he give a statement?
He did not give his statement. The only statement he gave to the judge when the judge asked whether he wished to give a statement, the defense attorney said that he has open cases as well as he will have a pending appeal, and that it is his wish not to say anything to the court.
So, Aaron, what happens next here? Will there be more charges from other complaining witnesses, or is there a certain prison that he's likely to go to? What does his future look like?
Well, this is it as far as federal prosecutors in Brooklyn are concerned, but R. Kelly faces charges in other states, and now that he has been found guilty here, it could open the floodgates, and certainly prosecutors would like other women to come forward, or other men in this case, if they were somehow exploited or sexually abused by R. Kelly. They are still taking witness statements and are open to that. This was the main set of charges, though, and R. Kelly's defense was something that I think even the judge seemed to find offensive, that the defense said that these were women who were just out to get a little fame and a little bit of money, and they were chasing R. Kelly. It wasn't like he needed to go out and recruit them, but prosecutors said these were human beings, Aaron, who were severely mistreated.
So we're told R. Kelly's lawyer is speaking right now. We're going to take that live. Stay with us, please. Bernardo, you too, if you can.
So it's really important for there's a great.
You heard that asshole in the background?
A little more slowly. So in terms of
You guys hear the guy in the background screaming and yelling? That's the asshole that me and Blade were arguing with. Blade started cursing the shit out of that nigga. I'm like, I heard her little ass voice, and I'm like, what the fuck? I went over and I see him with Miss Rogers and everybody else. That shit was crazy. What? I checked my IG. Yo, drop your links, everybody. Please do. All that are creators in the chat, please drop your links. Please follow my peoples. Please follow my family. Please do me the favor. His lordship did a video. Go follow his video, guys. Go watch it. Go watch it. All right, so you hear the guy in the background screaming and yelling. I just wanted to say that.
Chasing R. Kelly. It wasn't like he needed to go out and recruit them, but prosecutors said these were human beings, Aaron, who were severely mistreated.
So we're told R. Kelly's lawyer is speaking right now. We're going to take that live. Stay with us, please. Bernardo, you too, if you can.
So it's really important for there's a great deal of things that have to be explained in a little more slowly. So in terms of the sentence, how does he feel about the sentence? Well, I mean, obviously he's devastated. 30 years in prison is like a life sentence for him. But at the same time, we knew the government was asking for 25 years. We were prepared for what the judge might impose. So it didn't come as a great big surprise. We were prepared for it, and we are now prepared to fight this appeal. For us, it's just the beginning of the fight, frankly. So we were prepared going in for today, and he's doing okay with it despite
He had a
it.
chance to speak in his own defense. Why did he not want to make a statement?
A statement in allocution? Well, that was on advice of counsel. That was on my advice.
Why?
Because he has pending cases. It's obvious. He's got pending cases, and he has a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent, and I advised him to invoke that Fifth Amendment right. I promise you, he does want to make a statement. He will make statements eventually, but on the advice of counsel, he remains silent today.
What can you say to the public that he is not guilty?
Okay, so the appeal will lay out that the enterprise that was charged, as you will see if you've read my post-trial motions, which you probably have not, our position is this was not a RICO or racketeering act violation. These were isolated events that happened many years ago, and the government simply tried to plead around the statute of limitations to bring it in a RICO charge, which was inappropriate. So, I mean, all I can tell you is there was no enterprise. There was no enterprise. It was one man with allegations by a number of women, which doesn't make it an enterprise. And that is why he's not guilty of racketeering.
How many family members? You said he was remorseful. What did you mean by that? You said he didn't have to confess, but that he was remorseful.
I said he has regrets and he is sad. Nobody wants to hear what he heard today. He's a human being. He feels when other people are feeling, but that doesn't mean that can accept responsibility in the way that the government would like him to and the way other people would like him to, because he disagrees. He is not he disagrees with the characterizations that have been made about him. But that doesn't mean he's not a human being and can't feel something when other people are in pain.
Is his abuser here today? You said that his sister abused him as he was a kid. He has 4 people here today.
Yes, he has a number of friends here today. No, his sister is not here today. He's been estranged from her for quite some time. He has 2 brothers who are fully in support of him, who were also victims of sexual abuse in his household.
Yo, you see how she dismissed the
they are here in
sisters?
spirit, although not here personally. So no. And
what do you say to people who say he's a predator?
Have you had the opportunity to speak to Joy?
yes, I speak to Joy regularly, and Joy is just fine. She is sad, but she told him, and she sent me a text message telling him to pray and put it in God's hands, and she loves him, and they're going to get through this. That's what she had to say to him.
Is he a predator?
No, he's not. No, he's not a predator. Anything?
Where's the other members of the
Jennifer Bonjean, Bonjean.
Are you saying that this sexual abuse?
I'm sorry?
What did he say to you after
No,
sentencing?
we just went over some of the terms that the judge was reading to him. We didn't have a lot of time, but he was prepared for it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
On behalf of Rkelly supporters, we do support you.
Thank you very
for all
much.
your hard work. Thank you. Waiting on the appeal.
All right, well, there you go. The scene outside the courthouse after the sentencing of singer Rkelly to 30 years in prison, a very heavy sentence. The federal sentencing, the judge was asked by the prosecutors for sentencing of more than 25 years. The defense was asking for a sentence of under 10 years because of his traumatized upbringing, as he testified, or as she communicated through witnesses. Mm-hmm. And I want to go to Aaron Katursky on that and on what we just heard. And on sometimes you just have a very hard case, right? If you're defending Rkelly, sometimes your guy did it. But do you think the way this was tried made it worse for him at sentencing?
Well, it was certainly
I love you too, David.
Way because it portrayed Rkelly like a mafia boss in that he was convicted of racketeering, and it put him as the leader of an enterprise, a criminal enterprise that you heard the defense attorney deny. But it said that there was Rkelly and there was this inner circle of advisors and hangers-on that existed primarily to lure women and girls for his sexual pleasure. And they forced some of them into labor, forced some of them to obey a set of his rules, punished those who they felt acted out. And many of these girls were quite young when they met R. Kelly and when they came into this world. And that's what they testified to during trial. And that's what they spoke today to the judge about ahead of sentencing. And the judge said that R. Kelly is somebody that society needs to be protected from. That's part of the reason she said she imposed the 30-year sentence. She said, regardless of the guidelines, and there was a dispute about the federal sentencing guidelines and what should apply. Prosecutors said one thing, the defense said another. But the judge said it wasn't the guidelines, it was the conduct of R. Kelly.
And now sentenced to 30 years in prison. Bernarda, Terry and I were just chatting about what about all the aides and the friends and the posse around him, I mean, that knew what was going on. Could we see other people being charged, other people being sentenced to jail time as well?
I think this is definitely
My husband was in the chat.
In her sentencing, she did address the numerous enablers that allowed this to happen. The people that were walking around and just looking a blind eye as to what was going on. But whether we'll see a prosecution of them, I doubt it. At least not right now, because if anything was going to come about, I think it would have came about doing an investigation. But I wouldn't say no at this time.
All right, Aaron, Bernarda, thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. George Panopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos,
My husband was in the chat. You guys didn't greet him? Oh my God, you're horrible. Oh shit. By the way, guys, my husband is Papa Smurf the boss. Y'all was cutting it up and he's like, babe, I love you. You're the bomb. He's throwing me kisses, hearts. And y'all cutting shit up. He's like, do your thing, love. I'm going to play the other video from public announcement, guys. Yeah, here we go. Uh-oh, what happened to the volume? Oh.
From Chicago, Illinois, we're delighted to have with us one of the year's most exciting discoveries, led by one of the funkiest young men to come down the pike in quite a few years. As they join us to do their latest single on Jive Records entitled Honey Love. A great welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for R. Kelly and public announcement.
I don't think we really even understood what was really happening because we were so young. We heard the people out there screaming, hollering, yelling, and we were like, really, for us?
Give it up for R. Kelly.
Good night, T-Babe.
It got to the point where everything was a competition, which became really, really useless. You guys come and do this with me, and I'm going to produce you after this. Now, there was no paperwork. None. That was a big mistake because we didn't quite understand the whole thing of paperwork. We were so happy to be there, man. So with that promise, it never came to pass. At that point, we were like just there, but it was like we should have gotten more because we was winning.
Oh, man, Mr. R. Kelly. To come to find out that him and my wife Sparkle was messing around was my greatest downfall.
I knew it was time to go when we were on the road. I was told to put on some clothing with a hood.
and they sent security with me. And they had me walking through somewhat of a maze, but it was outdoors, only to find out 2-3 weeks later that there had been an assassination put out on dude, and I was used as a guinea pig, and that let me know I was expendable.
That's basically why I left the group, because I just felt that was sick. It was something that I couldn't believe. And I ran out the tour bus and I grabbed Dre. And I pulled him to the side. And I was letting him know, like, man, you know what dude doing in the back? He was like, man, what? I'm like,
Wow. Wow. That's crazy. You know, so Earl left because he couldn't take it. He couldn't take it. He knew what was going on and he couldn't take it. And I love all you guys for being here with me. This was awesome. We did that shit, y'all. It took a long time, but we did that. You know, so this is what really went down at the hearing, guys, at the sentencing. And for you supporters out there, keep having hope and dreams. Because your man is never getting out. I didn't see Sharon Wimbush. I didn't see Levi. I didn't see the brothers. Those guys, Keith and whoever else was there, they didn't even go up and say anything. I mean, it would have been nice. I mean, yeah, they submitted a letter or two, but that didn't help. At the end of the day, Rkelly is a predator. And you're very welcome, guys, you know, for everything. And thank you so much for all the support. Y'all already know I'm here for all this shit. So, guys, y'all already know what to do. And for all you Rkelly supporters, yeah, guys, please make sure you do not forget before you leave. Please make sure you hit that like button, share the show. Thank you. Subscribe to the channel if you're not subscribed. Gracias very muchos, darlings. Thank you very much. And for those who are on the replay, y'all already know, drop your comments in the comment section. Make sure you keep them respectful, okay? Because they will get deleted if they're not. All right? And y'all already know, Diva Divine Light is out. Peace.